Hey guys, tonight we're going to wake up very slowly on a quiet suburban street in 1953. Not the loud version of America, not the parade version, not the chrome and confetti version, not the version where every family is smiling beside a brand new refrigerator, as if modern life has finally solved the problem of being human. No, tonight we're going somewhere softer. We're going to a street where the houses are still young, the trees are still skinny, the sidewalks are still pale, and the morning air smells like wet grass, coffee, gasoline, and somebody's toast getting darker than it was supposed to. The suburb. That great American promise with a front lawn, a picture window, a driveway, a mailbox, and a quiet little mortgage sitting at the kitchen table like an extra relative. Nobody invited, but everyone has to feed. So before we step into this neat little neighborhood of old America, go ahead and like this video and subscribe to the Nostalgian, especially if you enjoy falling asleep to soft stories about forgotten daily life, hidden rules, and the strange emotional pressure of a perfectly trimmed lawn. Leave a comment telling me where you're listening from and what time it is now. I always love imagining someone in Ohio, someone in Oregon, someone in a small apartment somewhere far away, all drifting through the same old American street together. Now dim the lights, turn the fan on low, let the room get quiet, and imagine that when you open your eyes it is still early enough that the world has not yet decided what kind of day it is going to be. The sky is grey-blue. The kind of colour that belongs to mornings before television signs on, before school buses, before the first lawnmower, before the first neighbour has stepped outside, pretending to get the newspaper while actually inspecting the block. The houses sit in a row, calm and tidy, each one with its own little square of ambition. Some are ranch houses, low and simple, stretched out like they're trying not to make a fuss. Some are Cape Cods with small upstairs windows tucked under the roofline like sleepy eyes. Maybe there is a split level at the end of the street, a little proud of itself, because in 1953, having a split level house suggested that your family had not only arrived in the future, but had stairs to prove it. There are picture windows facing the street. Huge, clear, confident picture windows. They were supposed to let in the light, and they did, beautifully. They also let out just enough information to keep the neighbourhood interesting. A lamp left on too late, a husband pacing, a mother still cleaning after dark, a child crying when company had just left, a living room that looked perfect from the sidewalk, but somehow never seemed to have anyone actually living in it. That was the magic of the picture window. It made the home feel open and the family feel watched. On this morning, though, most of the windows are still dark. A few porch lights glow softly. Somewhere a bathroom light snaps on. A faucet runs. A man clears his throat with the seriousness of someone preparing to go to work and carry the weight of a household without ever using the word wait. In one kitchen, a coffee pot begins to percolate. That sound alone could carry an entire decade. The little bubbling rhythm, the smell slowly filling the kitchen, the cup waiting on the counter, the spoon already beside it. In many homes, coffee was not a beverage so much as the official fuel of responsibility. Fathers drank it before the commute. Mothers drank it before the children woke up. Everybody drank it a little too hot and a little too quickly, because the day was coming whether anyone was ready or not. And somewhere inside one of these houses a woman is already awake. She has not made a dramatic entrance into the day. Nobody has announced her. There is no orchestra, no applause, no paycheck waiting on the dresser. She simply opens her eyes and remembers everything. Breakfast, lunch boxes, school clothes, the grocery list, the laundry in the basket, the neighbour who might drop by, the beds that need making, The kitchen floor that was clean last night and somehow already looks accused. The husband's shirt, the children's shoes, the milk bottle on the step, the bill in the drawer, the casserole dish that has to be returned to Mrs. Henderson before Mrs. Henderson begins to remember it publicly. This was how many suburban mornings began, not with sunlight, with memory. The mother remembered the household into motion. She gets up carefully, maybe tying a robe around her waist, maybe reaching for slippers beside the bed. The floor is cool. The hallway is quiet. The children are still asleep, their rooms full of toys, school books, cowboy pajamas, dolls, baseball gloves, comic books, and all the small evidence of childhood that would need to be organized before it became visible to outsiders. She passes the living room. The living room is still perfect, or almost perfect. There is a toy truck on the carpet. This is unacceptable. Not morally, of course. It is just a toy truck, a small thing with chipped paint and wheels that do not roll straight. But in a 1950s suburban living room, a toy truck in the wrong place could feel like the first crack in civilization. She picks it up. She puts it away. The room returns to its official story, and the official story is this: a good family lives here. That was one of the hidden rules of the suburb. The house had to tell the right story before anyone asked questions. The curtains told part of it. The lawn told part of it. The car in the driveway told part of it. The children's behavior told far too much of it, usually at the worst possible time. A house could be loved. A house could be comfortable. A house could be a genuine refuge after years of war rationing, crowded apartments, or uncertain paychecks. But it also had to perform. And performance, as every tired mother with a vacuum cleaner and a neighbour with excellent eyesight could tell you, is not the same as peace. Outside, the cars wait in the driveways. Big, shining, serious cars. Chevrolets, Fords, Plymouths, Buicks. If someone on the block was doing just a little better and wanted everyone to know it without saying anything as vulgar as words. The cars look beautiful in the morning light. Chrome bumpers, wide hoods, white-walled tyres, dashboards that seemed designed by people who believed the future would involve both space travel and cigarette lighters. They were freedom machines. At least that was the idea. They let families move out beyond the old city blocks. They made it possible to live where the air felt cleaner, where the children could have a yard, where the houses stood apart from each other, with just enough space to suggest privacy. But the car was also the price of that privacy. Without it, the suburb became a very pretty trap. You needed it for work. You needed it for groceries. You needed it for church, for school meetings, for the shopping centre, for the doctor, for visiting relatives, for escaping the neighbourhood that had been sold to you as an escape. That was one of the first quiet jokes of suburbia. It promised open space, then made everyone drive through it. Soon the fathers begin to appear. Front doors open one by one. A man steps out in a white shirt and narrow tie. Another comes out carrying a lunch pail. Another has a briefcase which may or may not contain anything more important than paperwork worry and a sandwich wrapped in wax paper. They have been shaved into respectability. Their hair is combed. Their shoes are polished. Their expressions are composed in the way men compose themselves when no one had given them permission to look afraid. Because the father in a 1950s suburb was supposed to be steady. Steady was the word. Not happy. Not rested. Not emotionally available in any modern, dangerous sense. Steady. He was the provider, the man of the house, the one who left in the morning and came back with the invisible money that turned into serial electricity, gasoline shoes, roof repairs, insurance, lawn seed, and the new television set everybody pretended not to want until the neighbours got one. If he worried about the mortgage, he called it responsibility. If he dreaded the office, he called it work. If he felt lonely, he read the newspaper. If he felt lost, he checked the car. And then he backed out of the driveway with one arm over the seat, watching the quiet street through the rear window, joining all the other fathers in their large chrome boats headed toward the city. One driveway empties, then another, and slowly the suburb changes shape. The men are gone, the engines fade, the street grows softer but not idle, never idle. The suburb during the day is not empty, it is working. It is just doing the kind of work that did not get photographed for company newsletters. Inside the houses the mothers move, they rinse dishes, they make beds, they wake children, they find socks, they pack lunches, they wipe counters that were already wiped because in the 1950s cleanliness was not a condition you achieved once. It was a small religion practiced repeatedly until bedtime. The children stumble into the kitchen with sleepy faces and wild hair. They do not know yet that the street is training them. They think they're simply eating toast. But the suburb is teaching them already. Do not shout where the neighbours can hear. Do not track mud across the clean floor. Do not touch the good sofa. Do not repeat what your parents said after dinner. Do not ask why mother is quiet. Do not ask why father sits in the car for a moment before coming inside. And if anyone asks how things are at home, say fine. Fine was the great suburban password. Fine meant the grass was cut. Fine meant the children were clean. Fine meant the father was employed. Fine meant the mother was smiling. Fine meant the house looked cheerful from the street, and nobody had any reason to wonder what happened after the curtains closed. Fine did not always mean fine, it meant acceptable, and acceptable mattered. Because this street, peaceful as it looks, has eyes. Not cruel eyes necessarily, not always. Many neighbours were kind. They brought casseroles when someone was ill. They watched each other's children. They loaned tools, sugar-folding chairs, and sometimes patience. They remembered birthdays. They noticed when someone needed help before that person knew how to ask. But neighbours also noticed other things. They noticed if the lawn went too long. They noticed if a strange car appeared twice in 1 week. They noticed if a child talked back. They noticed if a wife stopped wearing lipstick. They noticed if a husband came home late. They noticed the trash cans, the curtains, the laundry line, the weeds, the tone of voice from the kitchen window, and whether the new family down the street seemed like the right sort. There were no security cameras. There were Venetian blinds, and behind those blinds, an entire civilization of quiet observation. By now the morning is brighter. The school bus is coming soon. A dog barks at nothing important. A sprinkler ticks in someone's yard even though the grass is already wet because Mr. Patterson believes water is cheaper than shame. The milk truck moves along the curb. A newspaper waits on the porch. Somewhere a radio announcer gives the weather in a voice so calm it makes the Cold War sound manageable. And for just a moment before the day fully takes hold, a woman stands at the kitchen sink and looks out at the backyard. The fence is new. The grass is shining. The clothesline is empty. Beyond it is another yard, another house, another kitchen window, and maybe another woman standing in the same early light holding a coffee cup and thinking thoughts that no magazine would know what to do with. This is where our story begins. Not in the perfect advertisement, not in the television family, not in the framed photograph where everyone is smiling because the camera has counted to 3, but here on an ordinary suburban street in 1953 where the morning is gentle, the houses are hopeful, the coffee is warm, the lawns are damp, and every beautiful little home is carrying more than it shows. The suburb is awake now, and it is already watching. To understand why that quiet suburban street felt so powerful in 1953, you have to remember what came before it. Because the suburb did not arrive in American life as just a group of houses with lawns and driveways, and mothers wondering if the curtains looked too plain from the sidewalk. It arrived like a sigh after years of holding one's breath. For many families, the little house outside the city was not merely a purchase. It was an answer to crowded apartments, an answer to wartime separation, an answer to years of ration books, delayed marriages postponed, children's saved up paychecks and furniture kept a little too long because nobody knew when things would feel secure enough to replace it. Before the suburb became a punchline about crabgrass conformity and men standing proudly beside barbecue grills, they did not fully understand it was a dream with a roof on it. And after the Depression and the war, a roof meant something. Imagine a young couple in 1946 or 1947, not glamorous, not cinematic, just tired in the ordinary human way. He's come home from the service or from war work or from years of uncertainty that had made the future feel like something best not discussed too loudly. She has perhaps been living with her parents or in a rented room or in a small apartment where every neighbour knows exactly when the baby cries because the walls have the structural privacy of a cracker box. They have waited. That is the part the advertisements rarely showed. The waiting to marry, waiting to have children, waiting to buy furniture, waiting for nylon stockings, tyres, sugar meat gasoline, a car, a refrigerator, a future that was not being interrupted every 5 minutes by history kicking the door open. Then suddenly, or at least it felt sudden, the war is over. The soldiers come home. Factories shift from tanks and planes back to cars, stoves, washing machines, radios, refrigerators, and all the shiny domestic objects that seem to whisper life can begin again now. And across America, millions of people believed it. They wanted normal, not exciting. Normal. A front door that belonged to them. A kitchen where no one else's mother was offering advice from the next room. A bedroom for the children. A yard. A place to put a lawn chair on a summer evening and sit there with the faintly stunned expression of someone who has survived history and would now like a few minutes of peace with a glass of iced tea. That is why the suburb felt like a promise. Because to the people moving in, it did not feel bland yet. It felt miraculous. The streets were newly paved, the houses were newly painted, the mailboxes were straight, the appliances worked, the neighbourhood smelled of cut lumber, fresh grass seed, wet concrete, cigarette smoke and ambition. The trees were too young to give shade, but that was almost the point. Everything was young. Everything was starting. The house might have been small by later standards. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom. A kitchen just large enough to turn around in if no one opened the refrigerator at the wrong moment. Thin walls, basic materials. A living room that had to serve as conversation room, television room, company room, Christmas room, and emotionally speaking, national showroom. But it was theirs. Or at least it belonged to the bank in a way that allowed them to pretend it was theirs, which is one of the great emotional arrangements of American housing. The mortgage payment came every month quiet and serious like a man in a dark suit at the edge of a dance. But the house still felt like progress. A family could walk from the kitchen to the backyard and say, "This is ours." The children could run down the sidewalk. The father could put tools in the garage and immediately begin saying things like, "I've been meaning to fix that," which is one of the oldest rituals of home ownership. The mother could look at the kitchen cabinets and imagine order. Order mattered. After the chaos of the previous decades, order felt almost luxurious. A refrigerator humming in the corner, a stove with reliable burners, a washing machine if the family could afford one, a place for the good dishes, a place for the canned goods, a place for the children's boots, a place for the husband's hat when he came home, though somehow the hat would still end up on the wrong chair, because men have been testing household systems since the beginning of civilization. The suburb promised that life could be arranged. That was its real seduction. It promised that childhood could be arranged around school buses, sidewalks, bicycles, and backyard games, instead of city traffic and crowded rooms. It promised that family life could be arranged around dinner at 6 television afterward, church on Sunday, shopping on Friday, laundry on Monday, and a lawn that would behave if treated with enough discipline. It promised that adulthood could finally become predictable. And for people who had known unpredictability, predictability was not boring. It was beautiful. Of course, the promise was never just private, it was national. The suburban house became one of the great symbols of post-war America. A small domestic flag planted in a new development. Look, it seemed to say. The country worked. The sacrifice was worth it. The war is over. The shelves are full. The babies are healthy. The washing machine is loud but reliable. The car is in the driveway. The future has a picture window. The picture window deserves a moment. Because what a strange, confident object that was. A huge pane of glass at the front of the house, announcing that the family inside had nothing to hide, except, of course, everything families hide. It displayed the lamp, the sofa, the television, the Christmas tree, the new curtains, the silhouettes moving around in the evening like a little shadow play of domestic success. The old city apartment had windows too, of course. But the suburban picture window was different. It was not just for looking out. It was for being seen. And in the early years, being seen in a new house could feel like being recognized by the future itself. A woman could stand in that living room smoothing the curtains and feel pride. Real pride. Not foolish pride. Not brainwashed magazine pride. The kind of pride that comes from remembering when nobody had enough of anything, and now here was a sofa, a carpet, a television set, 2 lamps, and a front yard that needed mowing because abundance had apparently learned to grow grass. A man could pull into the driveway after work and feel something too. Relief perhaps. Ownership or the nearest available version of it. A place where his children would know the same street every morning. A place where his wife could build the domestic life the culture had promised them both would be fulfilling, whether or not anyone had asked her carefully about the terms. The dream was warm. That is what makes it complicated. It had warmth in it. It had real gratitude, real safety, real hope. Children did remember those streets with affection. They remembered bicycles dropped in front yards, screen doors slamming sprinklers, clicking across summer grass, fathers washing cars in undershirts, mothers calling from kitchens, neighbours borrowing sugar, Halloween masks made of hot rubber and questionable visibility, Christmas lights glowing in cold windows. Those memories are not fake, but the rules around them were also real. The promise came wrapped in expectations. You could have the house, but you had to live correctly inside it. You could have the lawn, but you had to maintain it. You could have the neighbours, but you had to be acceptable to them. You could have the family dream, but you had to fit the family shape the dream required. Father employed, mother cheerful, children clean, house orderly, marriage intact, lawn respectable, trouble invisible. That was the contract, though nobody slid it across the table and asked anyone to sign. For many white middle-class families, the contract felt possible, even if tiring. For many others, the promise was limited, delayed, or deliberately denied. The same systems that helped some families buy homes often excluded others through lending practices, neighbourhood rules, discrimination, and social pressure. A suburb could look open and spacious while being guarded by invisible gates. That is one of the hardest things about the post-war suburban dream. It was both generous and selective. It opened doors, and it closed them. The advertisements did not linger on that part. They preferred the washing machine, the smiling baby, the father in the driveway, the mother holding a tray of sandwiches as if cold cuts had personally saved democracy. They showed the house as a reward. They showed suburbia as the natural next step for a good American family. Work hard, marry young, have children, buy the house, cut the grass, smile from the porch. And for some families, that story was close enough to true to feel sacred. For others, it was a story being told from the other side of a locked door. Still on our quiet street in 1953, the families inside those little houses may not be thinking in grand historical terms. They are thinking about breakfast, the commute, the baby's cough, the new curtains, the school bus, the payment due next week, and whether the backyard needs more seed where the soil has gone bare near the fence. History most of the time does not feel like history while people are living it. It feels like Tuesday. It feels like a man tightening his tie in the hallway mirror. It feels like a woman wiping the same counter twice. It feels like children arguing over cereal while a radio murmurs in the corner. It feels like a new house still smelling faintly of paint and sawdust, while the people inside slowly learn that a dream can be both shelter and assignment. That was the suburb after the war, a shelter, an assignment, a promise, a performance. And as the morning light settles over the little roofs and the young trees, you can almost understand why people wanted so badly to believe in it. After years of uncertainty, who would not want a clean street, a safe room, a full cupboard, a sleeping child, a car in the driveway, and a door that opened with your own key? Who would not want to stand at the front window and feel, if only for a moment, that the world had finally stopped shaking? The trouble was the world had not stopped. It had only moved indoors, and in the next house with the new curtains and the bright kitchen, and the lawn still wet from morning dew, the rules of that indoor world were just beginning to make themselves known. The new house looked innocent. That was part of its charm. It sat there on its little square of land with fresh paint, clean gutters, a young maple tree in the front yard, and a narrow walkway leading from the sidewalk to the door, as if life itself had finally agreed to behave in a straight line. From the street it seemed simple: a roof, a porch light, a mailbox, a driveway, a patch of grass, a few windows, maybe a flower bed if someone had already decided that bare foundation shrubs looked too much like the house had forgotten to get dressed. But the house was not simple, not really. The house came with instructions. Nobody handed them to you at closing. No banker slid a booklet across the desk and said, "Here are the rules for appearing successful in a post-war suburb without frightening the neighbours." No real estate agent stood in the kitchen and whispered, "The hallway may be narrow, but the expectations are enormous." Still, the rules were there. They lived in the walls, they lived in the curtains, they lived in the new refrigerator humming in the kitchen, as if it too understood that it had been purchased not only to keep milk cold, but to prove something about the family's arrival in modern life. The first rule was that the house had to look like progress. Not wealth exactly. Wealth was something else. Wealth had larger lawns, better trees, longer driveways, and perhaps a room with no clear purpose, except to tell visitors the family was not worried about square footage. This was not that. This was middle-class progress, respectable progress, a modest house with a proud little face, the kind of house where the father might say it isn't much, but it's ours while standing in a yard that would require 30 years of payments to fully become true. And everyone understood what he meant. Because after the war, a house was more than shelter. It was proof that life had resumed. Proof that the family had moved out of waiting and into living. Proof that the children would not have to sleep in a room shared with a grandmother, a sewing machine, and 3 boxes of things nobody had unpacked since 1938. So the house had to be treated with gratitude. That was another rule. You were not supposed to complain too loudly about a house that had been sold to you as a dream. If the kitchen was too small, you called it efficient. If the walls were thin, you said the children would learn consideration. If the basement smelled damp, you bought a dehumidifier or opened a window and acted as if every home had its little moods. The house could have problems, but the family was supposed to be thankful. Thankfulness was part of the mortgage, and the house itself seemed designed to remind everyone of their roles. Start with the kitchen. Of course we start with the kitchen. In a 1950s suburban home, the kitchen was not merely a room where food happened. It was the command centre of domestic respectability, the small shining factory where breakfast, lunch, dinner snacks, school sandwiches, coffee casseroles, holiday pies, neighbourly hospitality and emotional containment were produced on a schedule. It had cabinets that might be painted white, yellow, pale green, or some other cheerful colour chosen by people who believed cheerfulness could be installed. It had a formica counter, possibly, with a chrome-edged table nearby, and chairs that looked cheerful, until you sat on one in shorts during August, and discovered that modern materials had opinions about human skin. The stove stood ready. The refrigerator hummed. The sink waited because the sink always waited. And this kitchen belonged, culturally speaking, to Mother. Not legally, perhaps, not in the deed, not in any official language, but everyone knew. The kitchen was her territory, her workplace, her proof, her burden, and sometimes her only private battlefield. If dinner went well, the family ate. If dinner went badly, the whole house felt it. If the refrigerator was full, she had planned well. If something ran out, she had somehow failed to anticipate hunger, which is difficult because hunger in children occurs every 11 minutes. The rule was not that she had to cook. The rule was that cooking had to look natural to her, as if she'd been born knowing what to do with ground beef, canned tomatoes, a tired husband, and 3 children, who had all suddenly developed moral objections to onions. The kitchen had to smell like control. Coffee in the morning, toast, bacon if the budget and the cardiologist of the future had not yet intervened, soup at lunch, something baked by late afternoon if company was expected, dinner by 6 or close enough that no one had to ask the dangerous question, "What are we having?" That question could ruin a woman's entire mood. The living room had different rules. The living room was the public face of the private family. It was not necessarily where life happened. Life happened in the kitchen, the hallway, the bedrooms, the basement, the backyard, and wherever the children were not supposed to be. The living room was where life was edited. The sofa had to look nice. The lamp had to work. The magazines had to be current enough to suggest taste, but not so current that anyone thought you were trying too hard. The carpet had to remain clean, a nearly impossible assignment in a household containing children, men, pets, weather, and the human condition. Some families covered furniture in plastic. This made perfect sense to the adults and absolutely no sense to the children. The adults saw protection, investment, practicality. A way of preserving the good sofa from stains, dust, crumbs, sun damage, and Uncle Frank, who could not be trusted with coffee near upholstered surfaces. The children saw furniture that screamed when you sat on it. A plastic-covered sofa in summer was not seating. It was a domestic adhesive event. You lowered yourself carefully and hoped to rise again with dignity. Sometimes dignity stayed behind. But the real message was clear. This room was not for ordinary use. This room was for visitors' photographs Christmas morning, the minister dropping by. serious conversations, and the kind of company that made Mother say use the coasters in a voice that meant civilization was hanging by a thread. The bedroom had its own silence. The parents' bedroom was rarely discussed, which tells you almost everything. It was supposed to be neat, private, modest, and not too expressive. Twin beds still appeared in some homes, especially in the way television liked to imagine marriage, with a nightstand between husband and wife like a small wooden referee. Real life varied, of course. It always does. But the public language around marriage was careful. A married couple was expected to be affectionate enough to produce children stable enough to reassure the neighbours, and discreet enough that nobody had to think about how the children had arrived. The children's rooms were more chaotic, though not freely chaotic. Beds were to be made, toys were to be put away, school clothes were to be respected. A child's room could show personality but not rebellion. Baseball pennants were fine, dolls were fine. Model airplanes, cowboy posters, stuffed animals, little shelves of books, all fine. But a room that looked too wild suggested a child insufficiently trained, and a child insufficiently trained suggested parents insufficiently in control. Everything led back to the parents. That was one of the quiet traps of the 1950s house. Every room testified. The bathroom testified. Were the towels clean? Was the sink wiped? Was there a guest towel? No actual guest was allowed to use unless the visit had reached formal diplomatic status. The dining area testified. Was the table set correctly? Did the family eat together? Did the children know which fork to use, assuming the meal had reached the level of society where more than one fork was involved? The basement testified. Was it organised? Was there a workbench? Were the canned goods stacked properly? Was there a washing machine? Was there a dark corner no one discussed because spiders had clearly established local government? Even the garage testified. The garage was supposed to belong to the father, though in many homes it quickly became a museum of unfinished intentions, tools on a pegboard, paint cans from projects completed, abandoned, or emotionally postponed, a lawnmower, a snow shovel, a box of Christmas decorations, a bicycle with a flat tire, the mysterious jar of screws every father believed would someday save the household. The garage said a man lives here and can fix things. Whether he could fix them was a separate matter. The new house also came with rules about sound. Do not be too loud, not where the neighbours can hear. A baby crying was acceptable within reason. Children playing was acceptable until it became shrieking. A radio was pleasant unless it carried too far. A husband and wife arguing had to drop their voices quickly, especially in summer when windows were open and the entire neighbourhood became one large listening device. The house had walls, but the suburb had ears. A slammed door could travel. A raised voice could become a topic. A child repeating something at school could undo an entire week of careful appearances. So families learned the architecture of silence, which rooms carried sound, which windows to close, which conversations belonged in the car parked in the driveway after the children had gone inside, which subjects waited until bedtime and which subjects waited forever. Money often waited. Marriage trouble waited. Disappointment waited. Loneliness waited. The house had closets for coats, shelves for towels, drawers for silverware, and invisible compartments for everything people did not know how to say. And yet the house was loved. That is the part we should not lose. These homes were not merely prisons with flower beds. Many people adored them. They painted them, repaired them, planted roses, hung curtains, polished floors, measured children against door frames, celebrated birthdays, opened Christmas presents, hosted cousins, watched television, rocked babies, and stood in the kitchen at midnight eating leftovers straight from the refrigerator, because even in the 1950s, hunger after bedtime was a private citizen's right. The house held real tenderness. A father showing a son how to hold a hammer. A mother teaching a daughter how to fold a fitted sheet, which remains one of the unsolved mysteries of domestic history. Children making forts out of blankets. A family gathered around the television, faces blue in the flicker. Rain tapping the windows, snow against the door, Sunday roast in the oven, screen doors slamming all summer long. The love was real. The rules were real too. That is what made the 1950s suburban house so powerful. It gave families a place to belong and then quietly told them how belonging should look. It gave them privacy and then placed a picture window facing the street. It gave them ownership and then filled every room with expectations about gender manners, children, money, taste, gratitude, and emotional restraint. A house was never just a house, it was a report card. And every morning, without announcement, the grading began again. The beds were made, the curtains opened, the breakfast dishes cleared, the front steps swept, the lawn inspected, the children sent out into the world as small ambassadors of the household. The father drove away as proof of employment. The mother remained inside as proof of order. From the sidewalk it looked peaceful, and sometimes it was. But if you stood very still in that new little house in 1953, just after the morning rush had passed, you might hear the deeper sound beneath the refrigerator hum and the radio murmur. Not sadness exactly, not complaint, something quieter. The sound of a family learning that the dream they had entered came furnished with rules no one had bothered to name. And in the next room behind the wide front window and the curtains chosen so carefully, the house was already preparing to explain the first of them. The lawn was where the suburb told on you. Not loudly, not dramatically. The lawn did not kick down the front door and announce that your household was slipping. It simply sat there in front of the house, green or not green, trimmed or not trimmed neat, or quietly falling into botanical rebellion, reporting your family's condition to anyone walking by, with a grocery bag, a baby carriage, or too much interest in other people's business. And in a 1950s, suburb other people's business was one of the main local crops. The front lawn looked innocent enough. A little rectangle of grass between the sidewalk and the house, a soft place for children to roll around in summer, a clean green frame around the new American home, a place where a sprinkler could tick back and forth in the afternoon sun, making little rainbows over grass that had no idea it was carrying the moral reputation of an entire family. But make no mistake, that lawn had responsibilities. It had to be cut. It had to be edged. It had to be watered, but not in a way that looked desperate. It had to be green enough to suggest competence, but not so perfect that the neighbours began to suspect the man of the house had no inner life beyond fertilizer. It had to be free of weeds, especially dandelions, those bright yellow little accusations that appeared overnight like nature's way of saying, "Let's see how respectable you really are." A dandelion in the front lawn was not just a flower. It was a public statement from the soil, and the soil, unfortunately, was often rude. On Saturday mornings the lawn mowers came out. You could hear them up and down the street. The grumble of gasoline mowers where families had upgraded to the louder, more modern version of lawn discipline. The steady shush and scrape of push mowers in yards where the budget, the father's philosophy, or both had not yet surrendered to combustion. Somewhere a man pulled a starter cord once, twice, 3 times, each pull reducing his belief in the machine, the manufacturer, and perhaps the structure of American capitalism. Then the engine caught, and the whole neighbourhood knew the weekend had officially begun. There he was, the suburban father in his natural Saturday habitat. White undershirt, work pants, old shoes, maybe a cigarette tucked at the corner of his mouth in a way that suggested danger confidence and a complete disregard for future medical advice. He walked behind the mower with the seriousness of a man performing a ritual older than he understood. In the city, his father may have had a stoop. In the country, his grandfather may have had fields. Here he had a lawn, and he treated it with the kind of attention earlier generations reserved for livestock weather and threats from neighbouring tribes. He was not merely cutting grass. He was maintaining the border between order and embarrassment. Each straight line mattered. Each uneven patch was a small personal insult. The sidewalk edge had to be clean. The driveway had to be swept afterward. Grass clippings could not be left lying around like evidence of a household crime. The lawn was father's proof. Proof he cared. Proof he was capable. Proof he had not become one of those men who let things go. And in a neighbourhood where many houses looked almost the same, the lawn became one of the few visible ways a man could say, "This is my home and I am managing it." Not with words, of course. Words would have been strange. You did not stand in the driveway and announce my identity as partially invested in turf quality. You just mowed diagonally one week and horizontally the next, and everyone understood. Across the street another father watched while pretending not to watch. He leaned near his own garage, perhaps holding a rake that had not been strictly necessary for several minutes. He looked at the mower, the pattern, the height of the cut, the health of the grass near the curb. He was not judging. Nobody was judging. That was the official story. The unofficial story was that everyone was judging with the careful restraint of people who would later mention things to their wives in the kitchen. "Did you see Bob's lawn?" That was all it took. No accusation, no cruelty. Just a sentence placed gently on the table like a cup of coffee with a crack in it. "Did you see Bob's lawn?" Poor Bob. Bob might be busy. Bob might be tired. Bob might be working overtime. Bob might have a bad back, a sick child, a bill in the drawer, or a private sadness that made grass seem less urgent than getting through the week. The lawn did not care. The lawn went on growing. This was one of the small tyrannies of suburban life. Nature had to be managed on schedule. The grass did not pause because the office had been difficult. The hedge did not trim itself because the baby had kept everyone awake. The weeds did not consider whether the mortgage payment had made fertilizer impossible that month. The front yard was both living thing and social document, and it updated constantly. The mother had her own relationship with the lawn. The heavy mowing often belonged to the father, culturally speaking, though real households were always more complicated than the magazines admitted. But the flower beds, the porch planters, the front steps, the little decorative signs of care around the yard often fell into her territory. Geraniums in pots, marigolds along the walk, a rosebush if she was ambitious or had been emotionally misled by a nursery catalogue, shrubs planted too close to the foundation because they looked adorable when young and later grew into green monsters with opinions about the windows. These details mattered. A tidy flower bed said someone had taste. A swept porch said someone was attentive. A clean front walk said the family was not losing its grip. Even the welcome mat had a small role to play in the theatre. Too worn and it suggested neglect. Too new and it suggested either company was coming or someone had been reading magazines again. The yard was domestic diplomacy in grass and mulch. And then there were the children. Children loved lawns in ways adults could not fully permit. To a child, the front lawn was for cartwheels, wrestling, running through sprinklers, digging holes, dropping bicycles, leaving baseball gloves in the dew, and discovering that mud is not a problem but an opportunity. To adults, the front lawn was for being seen. This created tension. A child sliding across the grass in Sunday clothes did not see social collapse. He saw speed. His mother watching from the window saw laundry embarrassment, and possibly Mrs. Wilson from next door witnessing the decline of civilization in real time. The backyard was more forgiving. The backyard could tolerate more childhood. It could hold swing sets, sandboxes, clotheslines, barbecue grills, doghouses, tricycles, and the kind of general disorder that made family life look alive rather than ungoverned. But the front lawn was different. The front lawn faced the world. The backyard belonged to the family. The front yard belonged to the neighbourhood's opinion of the family. That was why fathers got particular about it. That was why mothers glanced at it before company arrived. That was why children were told not to leave toys there. A baseball in the backyard was charming. A baseball abandoned in the front yard overnight suggested something had gone wrong at the administrative level of the household. And then there was watering. The sprinkler was one of the great suburban summer sounds. That steady tick, 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 followed by the fast little return like a tiny machine practicing optimism. Children ran through it shrieking. Fathers adjusted it with the grim precision of engineers managing irrigation for a small nation. Mothers watched from the kitchen window, half smiling, half calculating how many wet footprints would enter the house in the next 7 minutes. The sprinkler made everything look peaceful. And it was peaceful in its way. Late afternoon sun, water glittering in the air, children laughing, a father standing in the driveway with hands on hips admiring a yard that would need the same attention again in a few days. A mother calling everyone in because supper was almost ready. The smell of cut grass mixing with charcoal smoke from somewhere down the block. That is the kind of memory that stays, and it should. Not every symbol of the 1950s suburb hides something dark. Some things were simply beautiful because ordinary life, when it is safe enough to be ordinary, can be beautiful. A green lawn at dusk, children barefoot in summer, a bicycle dropped on its side, a sprinkler tapping away as the sky turns gold. These are not lies, but they are not the whole truth either, because the lawn also marked who belonged. A cared-for lawn required time, water, tools, money, and a certain kind of settled life. It belonged to the world of mortgages, property lines, weekend routines, and neighbourhoods where families expected to stay long enough to care what the grass looked like next spring. For people denied access to those neighbourhoods, or priced out of them, or steered away from them, the lawn was not merely a patch of grass. It was a symbol of a dream fenced off by policies and customs that did not need to be visible to be powerful. The cheerful green front yard could stand for safety. It could also stand for exclusion. That is how suburbia often worked. The same thing could be tender and unfair at the same time. The same sidewalk could hold a child's happiest memory, and also lead past houses where other families had never been welcome. The same lawn could smell like summer and still carry the quiet history of who was allowed to plant one there. By evening the mowing was done. The fathers put the machines away. Some hosed grass clippings from the driveway. Some stood a moment at the curb looking down the street with the satisfaction they might not have known how to explain. The yards were even. The houses looked composed. The block had returned to order. Inside dinner was happening. Forks touched plates. Radios murmured. Televisions warmed up in living rooms. Children were told to wash their hands, though the definition of washed remained a matter of intense parental skepticism. The front lawns rested in the cooling light, green and quiet and freshly judged. No one said much about them. That was the point. A good lawn was supposed to disappear into the general impression of a good neighbourhood, just as a good wife's work disappeared into a clean house, just as a good father's worries disappeared into a steady paycheck, just as a good child's training disappeared into politeness. Everything was visible. Everything important was hidden. and the lawn, soft under the evening dew, understood its role perfectly. It lay there between the house and the street, pretending to be simple, while carrying the first public lesson of suburban life. Before anyone entered your home, before they sat on your sofa, before they saw your kitchen, before they met your family properly, they saw the grass. And from that grass, fair or not, they began to decide what kind of people lived inside. Tomorrow morning the sun would rise again over the same little street. The newspaper would land on the porch, the cars would back out, the curtains would open, and beyond the trimmed lawn, behind the wide sheet of glass facing the sidewalk, another part of the suburban performance would begin to glow. The picture window was one of the strangest inventions of suburban honesty. At least it pretended to be honest. There it was, stretching across the front of the living room like a sheet of confidence. A wide, gleaming pane of glass facing the street, letting the daylight pour in, and the family's carefully arranged life pour out. It made the house look open, friendly, modern, trustworthy. Like the people inside had nothing to hide except unpaid bills, marital tension, tired children, a mother's headache, a father's silence, and the good candy nobody was actually allowed to eat. The picture window said, "Look at us." The curtain said, "Not too much." That was the balance. In the 1950s suburb, the front window was not simply architectural, it was social. It was the place where private life met public inspection politely through glass. A living room lamp glowing at dusk, a Christmas tree in December, a mother passing through with a laundry basket, a father standing with a newspaper, children moving like small weather systems behind the drapes. From the sidewalk it all looked peaceful. That was the job. A picture window was designed to frame happiness. Not the messy kind of happiness where people laugh too loudly, spill things, argue, forgive each other badly, and eat sandwiches over the sink. No, this was composed happiness, middle-class happiness, happiness with lampshades, happiness that had been vacuumed before company arrived. The room behind the window had to cooperate, and the living room usually did. It sat there polished and ready like an exhibit called "A Successful Family Lives Here." The sofa was positioned just right. The armchair angled thoughtfully as if someone might sit there and say something wise about Eisenhower interest rates or the neighbor's elm tree. The coffee table held magazines in a careful fan shape no human hand had ever naturally created. A ceramic ashtray waited with the solemn dignity of an object that expected to be useful before the evening was over, and then there was the lamp. Every 1950s living room lamp looked as if it had been chosen during a family discussion that began calmly and ended with someone saying, "Fine, get the beige one." It glowed warmly in the window at night, soft and yellow, turning the room into a little stage. From outside, the lamp did not reveal exhaustion. It did not reveal worry. It revealed domestic stability in a shade of honey. That glow mattered. When the sun went down and the streetlights blinked on the houses began to perform for one another. One by one the living rooms lit up. The windows became little rectangles of reassurance. Here is a family at home. Here is a television flickering. Here is a mother moving through the room. Here is a father in his chair. Here are children before bedtime. Here is normal life, warm and contained. It was comforting. It was also exhausting. Because once your house had a window like that, you became aware of what could be seen. A chair out of place, a child jumping on the sofa, a husband and wife standing too far apart, a mother sitting down in the middle of the afternoon, which should have been allowed by the Constitution, but somehow looked suspicious from the street. A living room left dark too early, a living room lit too late, curtains closed during the day, curtains open at the wrong moment. Everything had meaning if a neighbour was bored enough. and neighborhoods in those days had whole afternoons available for interpretation. The picture window created a new kind of performance, not formal like church, not festive like a dinner party. It was quieter than that. It was everyday performance, the performance of appearing settled while actually living, the performance of making an ordinary family look like the advertisement version of itself. The advertisement version was everywhere. Magazines showed mothers smiling beside spotless furniture. Television families solved problems in half an hour, including commercials. Catalogues arranged rooms so perfectly that no one seemed to own shoes, newspaper, cereal bowls, or emotions. The suburban living room became the place where families tried consciously, or not to match the image being sold back to them. The house had to look happy. The family had to look happy. Not every minute, of course. That would be unreasonable. Even the 1950s allowed people occasional facial fatigue. But the general impression had to be clear. This was a cheerful home. This was a successful home. This was a home where the children were loved, the father was steady, the mother was pleasant, the furniture was paid for, or at least being paid for, in a morally respectable sequence. The strange thing is that many families were happy. That is what makes the story tender instead of simple. There really were evenings when the living room glowed because people wanted to be there. A father coming home, loosening his tie, settling into a chair with the paper. Children sprawled on the carpet watching television too closely because nobody had yet developed the full modern vocabulary of screen time panic. A mother sitting for 5 quiet minutes with a cup of coffee that had gone lukewarm but was still hers. There were game shows, westerns, news broadcasts, variety programs. The television set in the corner, large and wooden and treated with the respect formerly reserved for upright pianos and visiting clergy. The family gathered around it, faces washed in blue-grey light, laughing at the same joke, falling silent at the same announcement, sharing the same little room while the world came through a glass screen. Those moments were real. So were the other ones. The moments after the visitors left, when mother began collecting cups from the coffee table and smiling less. The moments when father sat too long in his chair, not reading the newspaper, just looking at it. The moments when a child sensed that something in the room had changed, but did not yet have words for adult disappointment. The moments when the curtains were closed a little too quickly. The picture window could show happiness. It could not show the cost of maintaining its appearance. That cost often belonged to the mother first. She was the one who understood how the room read from the street. She knew whether the curtains looked dingy. She knew whether the sofa pillows had been flattened by children who treated decorative objects as invitations. She knew whether the carpet needed vacuuming before Mrs. Wilson came over and made one of those comments that was technically kind but spiritually armed. "What a busy house you must have." That was not a compliment. That was a warning shot wrapped in a smile. So the living room stayed ready, or tried to. Children were redirected. Ashtrays were emptied. Magazines were straightened. Curtains were washed. Dust was hunted across tabletops with the seriousness of a federal investigation. The good room had to remain good because it was the room that represented the family to the world. A messy kitchen could be explained. Work was happening there. A messy bedroom could be hidden. Doors existed for a reason. But a messy living room visible from the street suggested a deeper uncertainty. It suggested that perhaps the family's internal order was not as polished as the window claimed, and that could not be allowed. The father had his role in the picture too. When he sat in the living room at night, he completed the scene. The man of the house in his chair, newspaper open, pipe or cigarette nearby, shoes off perhaps if the household had relaxed enough after dinner. He looked like authority at rest, which was one of the decade's favourite images. But even that image carried pressure. He was supposed to be calm because the house depended on his steadiness. He was supposed to be tired but not defeated, present but not overly emotional, interested in the children but not overwhelmed by them, affectionate toward his wife but not in a way that made guests uncomfortable, because the 1950s liked marriage best when it was visible but not too informative. He sat by the window, sometimes literally framed by it, the provider in the glowing house, the symbol of stability. A man could feel proud in that chair. Many did. He could also feel trapped there and never say so. That was the thing about the picture window. It framed people into roles. Mother passing through with a tray, father in the chair, children on the floor, television in the corner, lamp glowing, curtains open just enough, everything in its place. The window made it look natural, as if families had always arranged themselves this way, as if the suburban living room were not a stage built from post-war money gender expectations, advertising new appliances, old anxieties, and the deep national hunger to appear normal after years when nothing had been normal at all. And outside the neighbours passed by. A woman pushing a baby carriage might glance in. Not stare, of course. Staring was vulgar, but glance. A man walking the dog might notice whether the new television had arrived. Children might peer in without shame, because children are natural spies until trained otherwise. The mailman saw more than anyone admitted. The paperboy saw the morning version. The milkman saw the house before it had put itself together. Everyone saw pieces. No one saw the whole. That was suburbia. A collection of partial views mistaken for knowledge. The picture window also changed the way people thought about privacy. Older homes often kept more distance between public and private rooms. Parlours, porches, curtains, smaller windows, deeper shadows. The new suburban living room was brighter, wider, more exposed. It suggested confidence. It also required management. You could not simply be. You had to be visible correctly. Even at night, especially at night, the glass became complicated. From inside, the family saw mostly darkness and its own reflection. The lamp made the window a mirror. You could see yourself sitting there arranged in the room you had worked so hard to create. Behind your reflected face was the black outline of the street, the houses across the way, the faint porch lights, the neighbours' curtains. You were looking out. You were also looking at yourself. Maybe that is why the picture window still feels so symbolic. It captured the whole suburban bargain in one sheet of glass. Openness and surveillance, pride and exposure, light and performance, a family wanting to be seen as successful and hoping no one saw too much. By late evening, the curtains close. The street loses its glowing little scenes, one house at a time. Living rooms disappear behind fabric. Lamps remain on, but softer now. The television murmurs. Dishes are drying in the kitchen. Children are in bed or pretending to be. Fathers fold newspapers. Mothers take one last look around the room, adjusting something no one else would notice. The picture window rests in darkness. Tomorrow it will begin again. Morning light coming through the glass. Curtains opened. Furniture revealed. House presented. Family framed. And somewhere on that quiet street in 1953, behind one wide window and one pair of carefully chosen drapes, a woman will pause with her hand on the curtain cord and look out at the neighbourhood looking back. For a second she may feel proud. For another second she may feel tired. Then she will open the curtains anyway, because the house is awake. And happiness in the suburbs has to be visible by breakfast. The kitchen was where the future was supposed to happen. That sounds dramatic for a room with a sink full of breakfast dishes and a child's cereal bowl slowly becoming structural cement. But in 1950s suburbia, the kitchen was not just a kitchen. It was the command centre of modern family life. The little shining laboratory where post-war America promised that science appliances, convenience foods and cheerful wallpaper would finally make domestic work easy. Easy. That was the word. A dangerous word. A word usually spoken by people who are not the ones scraping oatmeal from a saucepan. The 1950s kitchen looked bright, efficient and confident. It had smooth counters, metal cabinets in some homes, painted wooden ones in others, chrome-edged tables, patterned curtains, maybe a clock shaped like a sunburst if the family was feeling ambitious about time itself. The floor might be linoleum, easy to clean in the way all floors are easy to clean if the person describing them has never met children grease mud or a dropped jar of grape jelly. The colours were cheerful, pale yellow, mint green, soft pink, turquoise, white with red trim. Colours that seem to say nothing bad can happen here unless you count Burns-Bill's marital silence and the spiritual crisis of making meatloaf again. There was a refrigerator humming in the corner, a real electric refrigerator, not an icebox. A miracle that kept milk-cold leftovers safe Jell-O firm, and a surprising number of emotional expectations neatly chilled. There was a stove that held a steady flame or steady heat. There might be a mixer, a toaster, an electric percolator, a waffle iron, maybe even a blender sitting on the counter like a small glass monument to optimism. Every appliance promised time saved, and every saved minute somehow became another task. That was the trick. The washing machine saved time, so laundry standards rose. The vacuum cleaner saved time, so floors were expected to look better. The refrigerator saved time, so meals could be planned with more variety. The mixer saved time, so cakes could appear with less excuse. The modern kitchen did not remove work. It upgraded the expectations around work until the woman in the kitchen was now expected to perform miracles with a smile, a recipe card and a can opener. The can opener deserves respect. In 1950s kitchens, the can opener may have been one of the most important tools in America. It opened soup, beans, peas, peaches, tuna tomatoes, evaporated milk, pineapple rings, cranberry sauce, and whatever deeply mysterious canned meat product had convinced the family it deserved pantry space. If the stove was the hearth, the can opener was the key to the modern pantry kingdom. And the pantry was full of promises. Campbell's soup, Del Monte fruit, Libby's pumpkin, Spam, Jell-O, instant pudding, cake mix, canned green beans, evaporated milk, coffee, flour, sugar, shortening. The labels faced forward if the household was serious about civilization. They sat there in bright rows, cheerful and obedient, each one suggesting that dinner could be assembled, managed, controlled. Control mattered, because the kitchen was the room where the family's needs became visible first. Hunger appeared there, thirst appeared there, complaints appeared there. Children appeared there constantly, often without reason, opening the refrigerator as if a new civilization might have developed since the last time they looked inside. Mother lived at the centre of it. Not literally all day, perhaps, though some days it must have felt that way. But culturally, emotionally, practically, the kitchen belonged to her. The advertisement said so, the magazine said so, the neighbours assumed so, the children certainly believed so. Dad might enter the kitchen to make coffee, carve a roast, fix a loose cabinet handle, or stand in the way while asking where something was, but the room itself understood who kept it alive. The kitchen was Mother's office. Only the office had no door, no salary, no closing hour, and everyone kept eating the paperwork. Breakfast began there before the day had settled its face. Coffee first, toast, eggs if there was time, cereal if the morning had already begun to lose discipline, bacon on better mornings or more ambitious ones, Lunches packed in wax paper, sandwiches wrapped apples, added cookies counted carefully because children are natural auditors when desserts are unevenly distributed. The kitchen table became a launch pad. A husband drank coffee and read headlines, sometimes hiding behind the newspaper, with the ancient masculine hope that paper could form a wall. Children swung their legs under the table, spilled milk, complained about crusts, forgot homework, remembered impossible school requirements at the last second, and transformed breakfast into a small emergency with toast. Mother moved through all of it, pouring, wiping, reminding, correcting, locating, listening, half-listening, planning dinner, while breakfast was still being eaten, because the kitchen was never about one meal. It was about the next meal, and the meal after that, and the groceries required, and the leftovers available, and the budget quietly waiting behind all of it like a school principal. The recipe box sat somewhere nearby, a little metal or wooden box filled with cards clippings, handwritten notes, and dishes borrowed from women who may or may not have been entirely honest about how much mayonnaise they used. The recipe box was a family archive disguised as a cooking tool. Meatloaf, tuna casserole, deviled eggs, pineapple upside-down cake, ambrosia salad, green bean casserole, a punch recipe for church events that could probably remove paint if mixed incorrectly. Recipes travelled between women like secrets, favours, and small diplomatic gestures. You brought a casserole to a neighbour after a baby was born. You brought cookies to a PTA event. You made coffee for women who came over in the afternoon. You produced food for birthdays, holidays, funerals, sick calls, school functions, church suppers, bridge club company dinners, and the ordinary nightly ceremony of feeding people who did not always notice that being fed was not automatic. The kitchen made community. It also trapped the person responsible for making it. That is the part the cheerful wallpaper tried to distract from. A 1950s suburban kitchen could be beautiful. It could be warm. It could smell like coffee and cinnamon and Sunday roast. It could hold laughter, gossip music from the radio, a child doing homework at the table, a mother humming while she worked a father sneaking a cookie and pretending he had not. Many people remembered their mother's kitchen with deep love, and they were right to. The kitchen was often the warmest room in the house, but warmth is not the same as ease. The kitchen demanded constant return. Breakfast ended and dishes began. Dishes ended and lunch preparations began. Lunch ended and grocery planning began. Grocery planning became dinner. Dinner became dishes. Dishes became tomorrow's breakfast. The room had a cycle, and the cycle had no real finish line. It just changed names depending on the hour. The refrigerator filled and emptied. The sink filled and emptied. The coffee pot filled and emptied. The mother filled and emptied too, though almost nobody said that part. By mid-morning, after the children were gone and the father had driven away, the kitchen became quieter. The radio might be on low, a local program, a recipe segment, a song. News delivered in the calm voice of a man who could make global anxiety sound like an item between weather and farm prices. Sunlight came through the curtains. Dust floated. The floor showed every crumb. The breakfast dishes sat in the rack, drying with the smugness of objects that would be used again in a few hours. This was the hour when the kitchen looked most like the advertisements. Clean, bright, empty, ready. And yet it was never empty for long. A neighbour might come to the back door because close neighbours often used the back door if they were familiar enough. The front door was for company. The back door was for real life. She might bring news returner dish borrow sugar ask about the children mentioned someone's lawn in a tone of concern so delicate it practically wore gloves. Coffee would be offered. Coffee was social glue. You could say a great deal over coffee without saying what you meant. A woman could sit at the kitchen table and talk about recipes, school the weather, grocery prices, and the new family down the block while carefully avoiding the fact that she had felt strange and tired for weeks. Another woman might understand perfectly and still not ask directly, because direct questions were not always considered kindness. The kitchen table held these conversations. It held budget envelopes too. If the family used envelopes, each category had its place. Grocery money, gas money, church money, maybe Christmas savings, maybe emergency money if the household was fortunate or disciplined or simply afraid enough. The mother might sit there with a pencil calculating what could be bought, stretched, substituted, or delayed. A roast became sandwiches. Sandwiches became hash. Hash became soup. Soup became proof that nothing had been wasted. This was not called strategy. It was called homemaking. But it was strategy. The kitchen was where the economics of the family became dinner. Modern appliances did not change that. They helped. They mattered. A refrigerator really was an improvement. A stove that worked reliably mattered. A mixer saved arms. A toaster saved time. A freezer compartment, even a tiny one, could hold frozen orange juice, vegetables, maybe a TV dinner for an emergency evening when the spirit had left the body, and cooking from scratch had become unreasonable. These conveniences were not imaginary, but they did not free the housewife from the kitchen. They made the kitchen more productive. That is a very different thing. The standards rose quietly around her. More variety, better presentation, cleaner surfaces, healthier children, more attractive meals, less waste, faster service, cheerful hospitality, coffee always ready, something to offer if someone dropped by, a cake for the bake sale, a casserole for the sick neighbour, a salad moulded into a shape no salad had requested, and the strangest expectation of all, she was supposed to enjoy it, not every minute, but broadly, naturally, as if the kitchen fulfilled something deep and feminine and unquestionable, as if washing dishes after dinner while everyone else watched television was not labour, but destiny with soap bubbles. Some women did enjoy it, that should be said. Some loved cooking. Some found pride in a well-run kitchen. Some used the kitchen as a place of creativity, authority, even quiet power. The kitchen could be the one room where their knowledge mattered most, where the family depended on skills no one else possessed, where a woman could turn cheap ingredients into comfort and receive, if not gratitude, at least the silence of people eating happily. But other women felt the walls closing in, or they felt both, pride and exhaustion, love and resentment, competence and loneliness, all simmering together under the lid. That is what made the 1950s kitchen so complicated. It was not just a symbol of oppression, and it was not just a warm, nostalgic room with cookies cooling on the counter. It was both. It was a place where care became food, where love became routine, where gender expectations became architecture, where modern technology promised freedom and delivered a more efficient version of duty. By late afternoon, the kitchen changed again. The light shifted. Children came home. Doors slammed. Lunch boxes returned in conditions that should have required federal inspection. Someone wanted a snack. Someone had homework. Someone had lost a mitten, a permission slip, or faith in long division. Mother began dinner. This was the serious hour. The hour when the kitchen stopped being cheerful and became operational. A pan on the stove, meat thawing, potatoes peeling, canned vegetables opening, a casserole sliding into the oven, the radio still murmuring. The clock watched with quiet judgment. Dad would be home soon. Dinner should be ready or close. The family should gather. The day should resolve itself into a meal, and when it worked, it really could be beautiful. The smell of onions in butter, coffee reheating, plates stacked on the counter, children setting the table badly but with effort, the father's car in the driveway, the sound of the back door, the family taking their places as if pulled by an old tide. For a moment the kitchen fulfilled the promise: warmth, food, shelter, belonging. Then someone complained about the peas, and history continued. After dinner came the dishes, because there are always dishes. Even in dreams there are dishes. The mother stood at the sink, or perhaps the children dried if the household believed in character building through damp towels. The father might help in some homes. In others he retreated to the living room where the newspaper and television were conducting important male business. The kitchen cooled slowly, the stove turned off, the counters wiped, the leftovers covered, the coffee grounds emptied, the floor swept one more time because crumbs reproduce in darkness if not confronted. The room returned temporarily to order, but it was not finished. It was only waiting. The kitchen at night was quiet in a different way. The refrigerator hummed, the clock ticked, a glass might sit near the sink. A lunchbox waited to be packed again in the morning. The recipe box rested in its place. The can opener lay in a drawer ready for duty. The linoleum floor held the faint memory of the day's traffic. And in that silence you can almost hear the truth the advertisements never quite said. Modern life did begin in the kitchen, but so did modern pressure. The bright counters, the electric appliances, the cheerful curtains, the humming refrigerator, all of it promised that the future would be easier, cleaner, faster, better. And perhaps it was, in some ways. But somewhere in that warm little room, between the coffee pot and the sink, between the canned soup and the family dinner, between the promise of convenience and the reality of constant need, the suburban housewife learned that the future still expected her to wash the dishes. Tomorrow morning the coffee would begin again, and beyond the kitchen doorway the rest of the house would be waiting for her to make it look effortless. The housewife was the person who made the suburb look possible, not the architect, not the banker, not the developer who flattened a field, drew neat little lots on a map, and decided every young family in America needed a driveway, a lawn, and a kitchen, bright enough to suggest emotional stability. No, the suburb may have been designed by men with pencils, mortgages, bulldozers, and a suspicious confidence in identical floor plans. But it was made livable every morning by women in house dresses, slippers, aprons, lipstick, and a level of domestic endurance that should have come with hazard pay. She was the quiet machinery behind the pretty street. The houses looked calm because she made them look calm. The children looked brushed because she brushed them or stood over them until the brush had at least passed through the hair in a ceremonial way. The table had dinner because she planned it, shopped for it, cooked it, stretched it, reheated it, disguised yesterday's leftovers as today's creativity, and somehow made a pound of ground beef behave like a family policy. The suburb promised modern life. She was the one who had to deliver it, and she had to deliver it cheerfully. That was the dangerous part. A tired housewife was understandable. A sick housewife was inconvenient but forgivable if temporary. A sad housewife was more complicated. But an openly resentful housewife was a threat to the whole suburban arrangement, because the arrangement depended on everyone believing that the home was not only her responsibility, but her natural kingdom, her calling, her fulfillment, her little pastel-coloured empire with a formica counter and a drawer full of rubber bands. The magazines helped create this idea. They arrived every month with smiling women on the covers, kitchens shining like operating rooms, cakes rising without incident, children wearing clean clothes and articles explaining how to be more efficient, more attractive, more patient, more economical, more interesting to your husband, more involved at school, more gracious with neighbours, and somehow less tired while doing all of it. The message was gentle, which made it worse. It did not shout you are failing, it whispered you could be doing better. There were schedules for her day. Not official ones, though. Some magazines practically wrote them as if the United States government had a bureau of proper dusting. Monday for laundry, Tuesday for ironing, Wednesday for marketing, Thursday for cleaning, Friday for baking or errands or preparing for the weekend, Saturday for whatever the family needed, Sunday for church dinner dishes and smiling through relatives. Of course, real life did not respect the schedule. Children got sick on laundry day. The washing machine broke on cleaning day. A neighbour dropped by when the house looked as if it had been searched by raccoons with legal authority. The baby spilled juice on the good rug. The husband brought someone home from work without warning an act that should have been classified as domestic sabotage. And still she adjusted. That was her job, though nobody called it logistics. They called it homemaking. Homemaking sounds soft. It sounds like curtains and cookies and a little vase of flowers on the table. But homemaking in the 1950s suburb was closer to managing a small, hungry, emotionally unstable business with no employees and constant public review. She was the cook, cleaner, nurse, scheduler, decorator, shopper, laundress, child, psychologist, social secretary, budget, analyst, hostess, moral instructor, repair coordinator, school liaison, holiday producer, church, volunteer, and emergency finder of lost shoes. Always the shoes. No civilization has ever solved the problem of children's shoes in the morning. And yet when someone asked what she did, the answer was often, she doesn't work. Imagine that. She doesn't work. As if breakfast had assembled itself out of civic pride. As if clean sheets floated onto beds through the kindness of angels. As if birthday parties were delivered by a federal agency. As if the refrigerator filled itself, the sink emptied itself, the laundry folded itself, and the children's permission slips signed themselves in the night. She did not work. She just kept the entire household from sliding quietly into chaos. The day began before everyone else's day could begin. Coffee, breakfast, lunches, clothes, reminders, hair, shoes, coats, homework. A child who suddenly remembered he needed a shoebox for school because apparently education in the 1950s depended heavily on empty containers announced at the last possible second. She moved through the kitchen and hallway with the speed of someone who had already solved 5 problems before taking a full sip of coffee. Then the father left. Then the children left. And the house, which had spent the morning being used, turned to her with all its evidence. Beds unmade, dishes stacked, towels damp, crumbs everywhere. Toys escaped from their rightful places. A cereal bowl hardening in the sink like archaeological material. The morning newspaper abandoned in the living room, folded badly by a man who had left to earn the money, and therefore apparently could not be expected to understand sections. This was when the real work began. Not because the family was gone, because now the house had to be restored before they returned. That was the rhythm. Use the house. Restore the house. Use the house. Restore the house. Every day. Every week. For years. A clean house in the suburbs was not simply pleasant. It was evidence of character. Dust suggested neglect. Laundry suggested disorder. Dishes suggested laziness if left too long. Though the dishes themselves were produced by the very family, everyone agreed it was her sacred duty to feed. The logic was circular, like a washing machine, and just as loud in its own way. The housewife's work was strange because success made it disappear. If she did everything well, no one noticed. The children had clean clothes, the husband had dinner, the beds were made, the floors shone, the bathroom smelled vaguely of disinfectant and moral seriousness. The living room was ready for guests who might never come. Nobody walked in and said what an astonishing achievement of invisible coordination. They said smells good, or where's my blue shirt that was praise 1950s style, a request for the next task. Afternoons could look peaceful from the outside, that is important. A woman might stand in her kitchen sunlight on the floor radio playing softly coffee cup nearby, wearing a neat dress and an apron that made everything seem almost ceremonial. From the picture window or the back door, someone might see her and think there is a woman at home. How lucky, how calm, how simple. But calm viewed from a distance can hide a great deal of motion. Inside her mind the day was crowded. Dinner, groceries, budget, children, husband, appointment, PTA, birthday card, church supper, stain on the shirt, neighbour's comment, mother-in-law's visit, the crack in the ceiling, the baby's cough, the school note. The feeling she had no name for at 3 o'clock in the afternoon when the house was quiet, and she suddenly wondered why a life that looked so complete could feel so small. Many women did not say that. Some did not even allow themselves to think it clearly, because the culture had already explained that they were fortunate, and many of them were fortunate in real ways. That was the trap. A woman could have a safe home, healthy children, a decent husband, new appliances, a grocery budget, neighbours, church and a yard, and still feel something inside her reaching for air. But dissatisfaction was difficult to admit when the world kept telling you that you had won. So she called it tired. She called it nerves. She called it needing a cup of coffee. She called it nothing at all. The medicine cabinet of the 1950s knew some of this story. So did the kitchen table. So did the friend who came over in the afternoon and stayed a little longer than necessary talking about recipes, while both women understood that recipes were not really the reason she was there. Women built small lifelines inside the suburb. Coffee with a neighbour. A phone call while the baby napped. Church circles. PTA meetings. Bridge club. Grocery store conversations. A few minutes leaning against the back fence. These were not frivolous. They were survival systems disguised as social life. The suburb could isolate women. It could also make them depend on one another in quiet, practical ways. A neighbour watched a child. Another lent a cup of sugar. Someone brought a casserole when a baby was born. Someone shared a recipe. Someone noticed when the curtain stayed closed too long, and came by with a reason that sounded casual enough to preserve dignity. People helped. People judged too. Often the same people. That was suburbia. The housewife had to navigate all of it. She had to be friendly but not intrusive, polished but not vain, thrifty but not cheap, devoted but not dull, attractive but not flirtatious, involved but not pushy, capable but not proud, honest but not too honest. If the children misbehaved, it reflected on her. If the husband looked neglected, it reflected on her. If the house looked tired, it reflected on her. If she looked tired, strangely, that reflected on her too. Even her appearance was part of the household presentation. Many women did not spend the day in pearls and heels, despite what the advertisements seemed determined to suggest. Real housework in heels is less a lifestyle than a punishment. But there was still pressure to look presentable, hair set, dress neat, lipstick if someone might come by. Not glamorous necessarily, just assembled. A woman caught looking too undone in the middle of the day risked being read as a woman not coping, and coping was the job. By late afternoon the second shift began. The children returned. This was when the house she'd restored began immediately returning to its natural state, which was noise. Lunchboxes landed, shoes disappeared, homework emerged crumpled. Someone needed a snack, someone needed help. Someone had been wronged at school in a way that required a full legal hearing at the kitchen table. Then dinner, always dinner. Dinner was the daily proof that the household still functioned. Meatloaf, casserole, pork chops, pot roast if it was a better day, tuna noodle if the budget was speaking firmly, vegetables often from a can accepted by the family with varying levels of patriotism, potatoes, rice, bread, salad, jello. Something sweet if the day had not fully defeated her. The father came home. The house shifted again around his arrival. This is delicate territory because every household was different. Some husbands were kind and helpful. Some were distant. Some came home tired but gentle. Some came home expecting the house to absorb the weight of their day without comment. Some helped with dishes. Some believed dishes existed in a separate moral universe not intended for men. But the general expectation was clear. He had been at work. She had been at home. And the culture often treated those two facts as if only one of them involved labour. So dinner arrived like a little stage play of gender and gratitude. He sat down. The children sat down. She served, perhaps sitting last, perhaps jumping up for forgotten salt, more milk a napkin, the thing in the oven, the child who suddenly disliked carrots on constitutional grounds. If everyone ate without complaint, dinner was a success. If someone complimented it, that was a triumph. If no one said anything at all, that was normal. After dinner came dishes counters, leftovers, lunch plans, baths, pyjamas, children's bedtime, maybe a little television, maybe ironing in front of the television, because even rest needed productivity attached to it. The day ended in fragments. A folded towel here, a packed lunch there, a final glance at the kitchen, a final thought about tomorrow, and then perhaps she sat down, for a few minutes, in the quiet. The housewife who made suburbia work was not always miserable. She was not always trapped in the same way. She was not a symbol only. She was a person. Some found deep meaning in the home. Some loved the routines, the children, the cooking, the community. Some felt proud of the life they built and had every right to that pride. Others felt lonely, diminished, restless, or unseen. Many felt all of it at once. That is usually how real life works. The great mistake is to imagine the 1950s housewife as either a smiling advertisement or a silent prisoner. She could be tender and angry, grateful and bored, competent and exhausted, proud and quietly desperate for something she could not yet name. She was not simple. The culture around her often was. It gave her a narrow script and expected her to perform it beautifully. Make the home, raise the children, support the husband, watch the budget, keep the neighbours comfortable, smile, be grateful. Do not ask too many questions about why the dream requires so much unpaid labour to keep shining. And yet every morning she got up. She made the coffee, she packed the lunches, she opened the curtains, she kept the suburb running one invisible task at a time. The lawns, the picture windows, the bright kitchens, the clean children, the dinner tables, the church suppers, the PTA, bake sales, the birthday cakes, the folded sheets, the polite smiles at the door, all of it rested on work that was so constant it became background noise. But background noise is still sound, and if you listen closely beneath the hum of the refrigerator and the click of the wall clock and the soft radio music drifting through a kitchen in 1953, you can hear it. The steady, unglamorous rhythm of a woman making an entire world look effortless. Outside the suburb appears calm. Inside she's already planning tomorrow. The father disappeared every morning, not dramatically, not with a suitcase, a scandal, or a note left beside the coffee pot. Nothing that would make the neighbours pause over the hedge and whisper with genuine excitement. He disappeared politely. He kissed his wife, or nodded toward her, or said he would be late if he did not leave right now. He folded the newspaper under his arm, picked up his briefcase, checked his pockets for keys, wallet, cigarettes, and whatever small masculine object gave the day a sense of order, and stepped out into the driveway. The screen door closed behind him, the house kept breathing, and the suburb gave him back to the roads. This was the daily vanishing act of the 1950s father. 1 minute he was standing in the kitchen drinking coffee too quickly. The next he was behind the wheel of a large chrome automobile, backing out between 2 strips of lawn, while children shouted from somewhere inside, and his wife was already turning toward the sink. From the street he looked steady. That was the role. White shirt, narrow tie, hat in some places, no hat in others, depending on the year, the region, and how firmly the office still believed a man's head required formal architecture. He carried a briefcase, even if the briefcase contained only papers, a spear and a sandwich, and the emotional weather of a man who'd not been asked how he felt since approximately 1944. He was going to work. That phrase did so much work of its own. Going to work meant duty. Going to work meant money. Going to work meant the mortgage might be paid, the car might be kept, the children might get shoes, the refrigerator might keep humming, and the house might remain, at least for another month, part of the family's official story. The father's commute was not just a trip. It was a daily offering to the suburban dream. The suburb had been built on this movement. Men out in the morning, men back at night. Cars leaving driveways like a small fleet of private ships. Trains filling with newspapers and tired faces. Buses collecting workers at corners. Highways growing wider, louder, and more necessary with every new development built beyond the older city streets. Before the suburb, many men had lived closer to work. Not always close, not always easily, but closer in the old arrangement of neighbourhoods, streetcars, factories, shops, offices and apartments stacked near the machinery of daily life. The post-war suburb changed the map. Home moved outward, work stayed elsewhere. And between the two came the commute, that long daily corridor, where a man was neither fully father nor fully employee, neither home nor office, but suspended somewhere in between with a cigarette, a radio, and several miles of private worry. In the car he was alone. That mattered. At home he had a role. At work he had a role. In the car for 20 minutes, 40 minutes, sometimes longer, he had something close to privacy. The kind of privacy that comes with traffic lights, engine noise, and no one asking where the scissors went. He might listen to the radio, news, weather, baseball scores, a cheerful announcer selling tires, coffee, or the idea that the nation was moving confidently forward. He might smoke with the window cracked open, one hand on the wheel, the other resting near the ashtray, the road ahead of him in long grey strips. He might think about work. He might think about money. He might think about nothing at all, which is sometimes what men mean when they are thinking about everything. The car smelled of vinyl, gasoline, tobacco, wool, aftershave, and the faint paper scent of yesterday's receipts. It was not comfortable by modern standards, though it looked magnificent. No cup holder, no seat belt in many cars, no soft little voice telling him where to turn. Just the steering wheel, the dashboard, the road, and the full responsibility of not driving a 2-ton machine into someone else's American dream. And yet there was pride in it. A man could love that car. Many did. The car was not only transportation, it was success made mechanical. It was the reward for work and also the tool that made more work possible. It sat in the driveway where everyone could see it polished on weekends, washed in the sun, its chrome catching the light like the country itself had approved. But every object in suburbia had two meanings. The car meant freedom. The car also meant obligation. Without it, he could not reach the office. Without the office, he could not keep the car. Without the car, the house became difficult. Without the house, the dream wobbled. Around and around, the logic went smooth, as a white-wall tire tight as a belt pulled one notch too far. Some fathers drove to train stations. This was its own ritual. The station parking lot filling before the sun had fully committed to the day. Men walking with newspapers tucked under arms, coats, buttoned faces still carrying the unspoken remains of breakfast. The train arriving with metal seriousness. Doors opening, men stepping aboard and becoming commuters, a separate species of American male recognized by the smell of coffee ink, wool, and contained fatigue. On the train they read, or appeared to read. The newspaper was useful that way. It gave the hand something to hold and the face somewhere to hide. Behind the sports page, a man could worry about the promotion he did not get. Behind the business section, he could think about the bill in the drawer. Behind the front page, he could read about world tensions and wonder privately whether the future his children were inheriting was quite as safe as the suburb claimed. Then the city arrived. The father stepped off the train or out of the parking garage or through the office door, and the suburban softness disappeared. Workplaces in the 1950s could be orderly, formal, competitive, and deeply hierarchical. There were bosses, supervisors, men with corner offices, men without them, younger men coming up behind older men, and the quiet understanding that a man's worth was measured in part by whether he could keep moving upward, or at least not be pushed down. The office had its own rules. Be punctual, be loyal, be agreeable but not weak, ambitious but not obvious, tired but never fragile. If the boss told a joke, laugh. If a client annoyed you, smile. If another man got the promotion, congratulate him with enough warmth to conceal the small collapse happening behind your ribs. A father might spend his whole day performing steadiness among other men performing steadiness. Then he drove home to a family that depended on him to be steady in a different way. That was the trap. The breadwinner role gave him authority. It also gave him nowhere to put fear. If he hated his job, he could not simply quit. The house payment did not care about fulfillment. The children's shoes did not care about personal growth. The electric bill was not interested in whether he found his work meaningful. If he was passed over, he absorbed it. If he was humiliated by a supervisor, he brought the silence home in his coat. If he worried that the company might reduce staff, he became stricter about small expenses or quieter at dinner, or suddenly very interested in whether the lights had been left on in empty rooms. A man in 1950s suburbia could carry anxiety into the house without naming it, and the whole family might feel the temperature change. Mother knew. Often she knew before he said anything, because women in those houses became experts in weather systems that walk through the door at 6 o'clock. The sound of the car in the driveway, the way he closed the door, the speed of his footsteps, whether he removed his tie quickly or left it on too long, whether he kissed the children or went first to the bathroom to wash his hands and stand alone for a minute under the bright light. The children knew too, though less clearly. They knew when Dad was in a good mood. They knew when to ask for help with homework and when to disappear. They knew when the living room chair had become a kind of island, and when approaching it required caution. The father came home every evening, but sometimes parts of him did not. Some remained in the office, some remained on the road, some remained in conversations he had not won, Worries he had not spoken, bills he had not mentioned, disappointments he had folded and carried in the inside pocket of his suit. At home he was expected to resume fatherhood. This could be tender, a child running to meet him, a baby reaching for him, a wife handing him coffee, a dog losing its mind because dogs have always understood arrivals better than people do. He might lift a child into the air. He might ask about school. He might bring home a small treat from the city, gum or comic books or something useless and beloved. There were fathers who did this beautifully, quiet men who showed love by fixing bicycles, checking tire pressure, building shelves, adjusting the television antenna in the rain, while everyone inside shouted whether the picture was better. Men who did not say much but rose early, worked hard, came home, paid bills, carried sleeping children from cars, and believed deeply that this was how love was supposed to look. And perhaps it was. Partly. But love without language can become difficult to read. A father might spend his life providing and never know that his children wished he had sat on the floor more often. A wife might understand his sacrifices and still feel alone beside him. He might believe his paycheck was a love letter. His family might have needed the translation. Dinner was the official reunion. The father at the head of the table if the family observed that arrangement. Mother serving. Children reporting school events in fragments. Food passing around. The day being summarized in safe categories. Work was fine. School was fine. The roast was good. The traffic was bad. The neighbor's dog was loose again. The world remained describable as long as nobody touched the wrong subject. Sometimes he talked, sometimes he did not. The newspaper might return after dinner. The television came on. The father's chair waited. Every house seemed to have one. The chair was not simply furniture. It was a landing place, a decompression chamber, a throne, and a bunker. From that chair he could watch television, read, smoke, doze, answer questions, refuse questions, and slowly become unreachable without technically leaving the room. The family gathered around him, but not always with him. That is a particular kind of loneliness. The commuter father was present in the structure of the home and absent from much of its daily texture. He paid for the cereal but did not know the cereal arguments. He paid for the school clothes but did not always know the morning battles over socks. He paid for the house but spent his best hours somewhere else. This was not usually framed as tragedy. It was normal. That may be the saddest sentence in social history. It was normal. Normal for men to leave before the house fully woke and return after the day had become tired. Normal for women to manage the children's emotional lives. Normal for fathers to be both central and distant. Normal for family life to depend on a man's labour, while slowly becoming a place he visited at the edges. The suburb needed him, but it did not always know him. At night, after the children were in bed, he might go to the garage, that small masculine annex where the rules were different. The garage smelled of oil dust, grass clippings, paint, and unfinished intentions. There were tools, shelves, jars of nails, a lawnmower, maybe a workbench. A man could stand there with a screwdriver in his hand and feel useful in a way the office rarely allowed. Fixing something was simple, or at least it pretended to be. A loose hinge, a bicycle chain, a radio knob, a shelf, a car part. These things had visible problems. You could touch them, tighten them, replace them, swear at them softly, triumph over them. A mortgage was harder to fix. A marriage was harder. A fear you could not name was harder still. So he fixed the hinge, and that mattered too. By late evening the commute had vanished from view, but not from the body. It remained in his shoulders, in the way he sat, in the way he sighed without meaning to, in the way he sometimes fell asleep in front of the television still wearing his work shirt, his face softer in sleep than it had been all day. Then morning came, and he did it again. The alarm, the shave, the coffee, the tie, the briefcase, the goodbye, the driveway, the road. Over and over the father disappeared into the commute and returned, carrying the invisible materials from which suburbia was built. Paychecks, fatigue, pride, worry, silence. From the outside the arrangement looked clean. Father went to work, mother kept the home, children went to school, dinner happened, the lawn grew, the car shone, the house stood. But inside that routine was a quieter story, one that lived between the engine starting in the morning and the headlights turning into the driveway at dusk. A man leaving the home he paid for, a family waiting for the person he became by the time he returned. And somewhere down the hallway, while the father loosened his tie and the mother called everyone to dinner, the children were learning their own lessons about silence duty and what grown-ups did when they were tired. The children of 1950s suburbia were raised by their parents, of course, at least officially. But if you look closely at a quiet neighbourhood in 1953, you begin to notice that the children were also raised by sidewalks, school bells, bicycle tyres, screen doors, lunch boxes, backyard fences, neighbours with excellent hearing, and a long list of rules nobody bothered to write down because everyone seemed to know them already. The sidewalk was the first classroom, not the school, not yet, the sidewalk. That pale strip of concrete running in front of the houses, connecting one lawn to another, one family to another, one small adventure to the next. It was where children learned speed, balance, territory, danger, gossip, courage, and how far they could go before somebody's mother opened a door and called their name with enough force to bend weather. In the morning the sidewalk belonged to school shoes. Children came out in little groups carrying books, lunch boxes, sweaters, baseball cards, hair ribbons, homework excuses, and the mysterious personal confidence of people who had no idea how expensive their shoes were. Some walked to school, some waited for the bus, some rode bicycles if the distance was right, and the parents had decided the child was old enough to survive both traffic and his own judgment. The boys often had crew cuts, scuffed knees, and pockets full of things no washing machine deserved to meet. The girls had dresses, socks, barrettes, sometimes little gloves on special days, and the enormous burden of being told to sit nicely by people who had clearly forgotten what legs were for. Children were expected to behave. That sounds simple until you remember that children are naturally opposed to behaving for more than 7 consecutive minutes. But in the 1950s suburb, a child's behaviour was not only about the child, it was a family advertisement. A polite child meant good parents. A respectful child meant a well-run home. A child who said yes ma'am and no sir could make a mother look competent from across a room. A child who threw a tantrum in public could undo a week of vacuuming. That was the pressure. The child carried the family name into the world every morning, usually with peanut butter on his sleeve. At school the rules became official. The classroom was orderly, or at least it tried very hard to be. Rows of desks, a blackboard, a teacher's desk at the front with the authority of a small government, American flag in the corner, alphabet charts, maps, a pencil sharpener attached to the wall, where children discovered that even the most ordinary object could become exciting if it made noise and required turning a handle. The school day had a rhythm: stand, sit, recite, read, write, raise your hand, do not talk out of turn, keep your desk neat, do not chew gum, do not run in the hall, do not whisper during lessons unless you are prepared to pretend you are asking about spelling, which fooled no teacher in American history. Teachers knew the children. They also knew the families, or at least knew enough to form opinions. A report card was not just a measurement of reading and arithmetic. It was a message sent home about the moral condition of the household. The comments mattered. Works well with others. Needs to apply himself, talks too much, daydreams, could show more effort. Those little sentences travelled from school to kitchen table with terrible power. A child who brought home poor marks was not merely struggling. He was creating an evening, and no child wanted to create an evening. The kitchen table became the court of appeals. Father looked at the report card after dinner, perhaps through his reading glasses, perhaps with the deep disappointment of a man who'd been waiting all day for one peaceful hour and had instead received arithmetic. Mother stood nearby or sat across the table, already knowing most of it because mothers had usually sensed trouble long before the paper arrived. What happened here? That was the question. The child rarely had a satisfying answer. The honest answer might have been, I am 9 years old, and long division has failed to explain itself emotionally. But this was not considered acceptable, so the child said, I don't know, which was true and unhelpful. School taught more than lessons. It taught posture obedience, punctuality, neatness, patriotism, hygiene handwriting, and the delicate art of not embarrassing your family during assemblies. It taught boys and girls different expectations, sometimes directly, sometimes through the soft machinery of assumption. Boys were often expected to be active, tough, restless, competitive, and slightly destructive within acceptable limits. A boy who climbed trees, collected bugs, wrestled in the grass, and came home with torn pants was exhausting but recognizable. Adults sighed and said boys will be boys, which was a phrase that covered everything from normal childhood energy to property damage involving a garden hose. Girls were often expected to be helpful, neat, pleasant, cooperative, and emotionally tidy. They were praised for being good helpers, little ladies, careful readers, nice girls. They were taught in 1,000 small ways that being liked was a kind of achievement, and that loudness could become a problem if it belonged to the wrong child in the wrong dress. Of course, real children resisted these boxes constantly. There were girls who climbed fences better than boys, boys who preferred drawing to baseball, girls who hated dolls, boys who cried easily, children who did not fit the script and learned early that the world had a way of correcting them before it understood them. The corrections were often small: a look, a laugh, a teacher's comment, a parent's warning. Not that way. Don't be like that. Act right. Act right was one of the great invisible commandments of the decade, and children heard it everywhere. At church, act right. At school, act right. At the neighbour's house, act right. At the grocery store, act right. When company came over, act right so completely that childhood itself had to sit very still on the sofa and wait for the adults to finish coffee. After school, the suburb loosened. This is where the nostalgia gets warm, and honestly it deserves to. There was a kind of freedom many suburban children remembered with real affection. They came home, dropped books somewhere inappropriate, changed clothes if a parent insisted, and went back outside. The street became a world. Bicycles leaned against trees. Baseball games formed with elastic rules and constant arguments. Hopscotch squares appeared in chalk. Jump ropes slapped the sidewalk. Roller skates clacked and scraped. Children moved from yard to yard in a shifting tribe of energy, hunger, and questionable planning. They played until dinner. That phrase contains a whole childhood. Until dinner. Not until a scheduled activity. Not until a phone alarm. Not until a parent texted from the driveway. Until dinner. Until a mother called from the porch. Until the light changed. Until the street itself seemed to say, "Go home now." There was beauty in that, Real beauty. The smell of cut grass, the sound of screen doors slamming, the thrill of riding a bicycle with no hands for 3 seconds before nearly entering medical history. The taste of hose water, metallic and warm and somehow better than it had any right to be. The feeling of bare feet on summer pavement. The sound of a mother's voice travelling down the block, not angry exactly, but sharpened by the knowledge that food was on the table. Children belong to the neighbourhood in a way that feels almost impossible now. But that belonging had rules too. Every adult had some authority. Not equal authority perhaps, but enough. If you misbehaved 3 houses down, your mother might know before you got home. News travelled through the suburb faster than a bicycle, and with better balance. A neighbour could correct you, a teacher could report you, a shopkeeper could remember you. The whole world seemed connected by invisible wires of adult concern. Children were watched, not constantly by their parents, but collectively by the neighbourhood. This could feel safe. It could also feel like there was no place to be unobserved. The children learned where freedom lived, behind garages, in vacant lots before new houses were built, near drainage ditches that adults had specifically forbidden, which of course made them fascinating, under trees, at the edge of the development where sidewalks ended and weeds began, in basements if someone's mother allowed noise, in backyards, where the front lawn rules softened and dirt were allowed to have a personality. The suburb gave children space, but not always room to speak. That is the difference. They could run, shout, ride, scrape knees, build forts, trade cards, chase fireflies, and disappear into long summer afternoons. But when it came to feelings, many households offered fewer pathways. Fear was often treated as something to outgrow. Sadness was something to get over. Anger was something to control. Questions about adult tension were redirected so quickly a child learned not to ask them twice. If mother had been crying, maybe she had allergies. If father sat in the car too long, maybe he was listening to the end of something on the radio. If voices rose after bedtime, maybe the child should go back to sleep. Children are not fooled as easily as adults hope. They may not understand, but they absorb. They absorb tone, silence, distance, the way a room changes when one person enters, the subjects that make everyone careful, the names not mentioned, the bills put away, the phone calls taken in another room, the arguments that stop when footsteps appear in the hall. The 1950s suburban child often learned the family's emotional rules before learning the state capitals. Do not worry, mother. Do not anger, father. Do not tell the neighbours. Do not bring shame home. Do not ask what no one wants to answer. And still many children were loved deeply. That must stay in the picture. They were loved in packed lunches, repaired bicycles, bedtime stories, birthday cakes, Halloween costumes, hand-sewn hems, baseball gloves, oiled by fathers, hair brushed by mothers, school projects finished at the kitchen table, and fathers carrying sleeping children from the car after a late ride home. Love was everywhere. It just did not always speak the language children needed. Sometimes love sounded like put on a sweater. Sometimes it sounded like don't make me come in there. Sometimes it sounded like wait until your father gets home, which was less love than a weather warning but still part of the household climate. By evening the sidewalk emptied, bicycles were dragged into garages, balls were collected or forgotten, chalk faded, screen doors slammed one last time, children came inside smelling of grass, sweat, dust and whatever mysterious outdoor substance had attached itself to their socks. Dinner waited, then homework, then baths, then pyjamas, then bed. In bed a child could hear the house differently. The murmur of television, dishes in the kitchen, parents talking in lower voices, a car passing outside, a dog barking far away. The soft suburban night pressing against the windows, the day's rules settled into memory. Sit straight, speak politely, keep clean, don't tell, be good, be normal, be fine. The children of the 1950s suburb grew up in a world that gave them sidewalks and boundaries, safety and surveillance, freedom and silence, warmth and pressure, all mixed together so thoroughly that many would spend years trying to separate one from the other. And maybe that is why those childhood streets still glow so strangely in memory, because they were beautiful, and because everyone was watching. Tomorrow morning the school bell will ring again, the bicycles will roll again, the mothers will call from porches, the fathers will come home tired, and from behind the curtains, across the hedges, over the lawns and along the sidewalks, the neighbourhood will continue doing what it did best, noticing everything. The neighbours noticed everything. Not because they were cruel, at least not always. Some were kind, some were lonely, some were bored, some were helpful in the exact way that made you grateful and nervous at the same time. Some had lived through the depression, the war rationing shortages, loss and uncertainty, and had come out of it with the firm belief that a neighbourhood should keep an eye on itself. And some simply had very good curtains. That was the 1950s suburb's most advanced surveillance technology. Venetian blinds, no wires, no batteries, no blinking red light. Just a woman standing in her living room adjusting one slat by half an inch, with the calm precision of a military observer, while pretending she was only checking whether the mail had come. The mail had not come, but Mrs. Parker's husband had come home early. Interesting. This was how information moved. Not through social media, not through text messages, not through a neighbourhood app where someone posts a blurry photograph of a raccoon and asks if anyone recognises him. No. Information moved through front porches, back fences, kitchen, telephones, church, vestibules, grocery store aisles, PTA meetings, and the sacred suburban sentence, "Did you hear? Did you hear about the new family on Maple? Did you hear their boy got in trouble at school? Did you hear Helen's husband has been working late again? Did you hear they bought a new car? Did you hear they still have not planted anything along the front walk?" That last one may sound harmless, but in the 1950s, suburb landscaping could carry the emotional weight of a confession. The neighbour was not just a person who lived nearby. The neighbour was a witness to your lawn, your children, your curtains, your company, your car, your trash cans, your delivery schedule, your arguments if the windows were open, your silence if the windows were closed too often, your ability to bring a casserole at the right time in the right dish with the right amount of modesty. The suburb was built around privacy, or so people said. Private house, private yard, private driveway, private family life. But the houses were close enough, the windows were wide enough, the routines were predictable enough, and the social rules were tight enough that privacy often meant only this: people could not see everything, but they could see enough to make guesses. And the guesses had a life of their own. A strange car in the driveway was never just a strange car. It was a question. Whose car? Why is it there? How long has it been there? Was it there yesterday? Is that a relative? Is that the doctor? Is that someone from work? Is everything all right? In the modern world, people sometimes think loneliness is what happens when no one notices you. But in a 1950s suburb, another kind of loneliness existed. The kind where everyone noticed your surface, and almost no one asked about your interior. They noticed whether your grass was cut. They did not always ask if you were sleeping. They noticed whether your children were polite. They did not always ask if your house felt heavy at night. They noticed whether your husband's car was in the driveway. They did not always ask whether he was becoming a stranger behind the newspaper. That was the neighbourly paradox. People saw so much and missed so much. On a weekday morning, the neighbourhood had a rhythm and everyone knew who belonged to it. The father's cars left. The school bus came. The milkman made his rounds. The mail carrier walked the route. The mothers appeared and disappeared through back doors, front doors, side doors, laundry lines, garden beds and kitchens, where coffee was always one small crisis away from being offered. A woman hanging sheets on the clothesline was not merely drying laundry. She was present. She could see the yard to the left, the yard to the right, the back window across the way, the alley if there was one, the children cutting through where they were not supposed to cut through, the dog digging under the fence, and Mr. Lewis, who said he was homesick but looked suspiciously healthy while washing his car at 10:30 in the morning. Clotheslines were domestic equipment. They were also observation posts, and the laundry itself spoke. Fresh sheets suggested order. Too much laundry suggested either many children illness or a washing machine that had lost a moral argument. Men's shirts, children's socks, towels, diapers, house dresses, all of it flapping in the breeze like family inventory. No one was supposed to look too closely. Everyone looked. The telephone helped too. The kitchen telephone sat on the wall or on a little table, often with a long cord that allowed a woman to stretch from the counter to the stove to the edge of the hallway while discussing recipes, school events, church news, and the delicate matter of whether the new woman down the street seemed friendly or just proud. Party lines still existed in some places, especially in smaller communities, which meant multiple households could share the same telephone line. This created conditions under which accidental listening became possible, and intentional listening became something people denied with remarkable energy. I just picked up and they were already talking. Of course. The phone had practically forced itself into your hand. Even without party lines, calls mattered. A ringing phone could interrupt ironing, dishwashing, child discipline, private worry, or the rare moment a woman had sat down with a magazine and a cup of coffee that was still warm enough to count as hope. And when someone called, there was a code. You did not begin with disaster unless there was disaster. You began lightly. How are you? Fine. How are the children? Fine. How is your mother? Fine. Fine was the small white picket fence people placed around the truth. Then the real business came carefully. A recipe, a school meeting, a church supper, a question about who was bringing what, a mention that someone had seen something. Not gossip naturally. Concern. Concern was the respectable dress gossip wore when it came to the door. I'm only worried about her. That sentence opened many gates. To be fair, neighbours did real good. They did. When someone was sick, food appeared. A casserole on the porch, a pie, a jar of soup, a plate covered in wax paper. The dish itself usually had to be returned, which created the perfect excuse for another visit, and therefore another layer of community glue. When a baby was born, women came by. They brought food, advice, blankets, stories, and occasionally opinions no one had ordered. When a child fell and scraped a knee 3 houses from home, someone cleaned it, called the mother, or sent the child home with a bandage and a warning that dirt was not a medical treatment. When a husband was away, neighbours noticed. When an elderly parent needed help, neighbours sometimes stepped in. When a storm came, men checked branches, windows, roofs, basements, and each other's garage doors with a seriousness usually reserved for national emergencies. The suburb could be tender. It could hold people, but it held them tightly. That was the issue. A neighbourhood that watched over you could quickly become a neighbourhood that watched you. There was comfort in knowing that if your child got lost, 6 mothers would help find him, before he had time to fully enjoy the adventure. There was less comfort in knowing that if you cried in the kitchen with the window open, one of those mothers might know by supper. Children understood the system better than adults thought. They knew which houses gave good Halloween candy. They knew which fathers yelled about bulls in the yard. They knew which mothers told your mother everything. They knew where they could cut across a lawn and where that would trigger a diplomatic incident. They knew which neighbours were safe, which were strict, which were lonely, and which ones had cookies that tasted faintly of furniture polish but were still worth eating. Every block had its characters. The retired couple who watched from the porch and knew everyone's schedule. The young family with too many toys in the yard. The man who loved his lawn more than some relatives. The woman who hosted coffee and somehow collected information without appearing to ask for it. The neighbour who borrowed tools and returned them late. The neighbour who never borrowed anything and therefore seemed suspicious in a different way. The house where children gathered. The house where children lowered their voices. The new family who had to be studied for several weeks before the block decided what to do with them. Moving into a 1950s suburb was not just moving into a house, it was entering a social ecosystem. You had to learn the local codes, when to wave, how long to talk at the mailbox, whether people used front doors or back doors, which families went to which church, who belonged to the PTA, who hosted bridge, who drank too much at barbecues and was later described as being in high spirits. Which subjects were safe, which subjects had fences around them. You were expected to be friendly, but not too friendly, private, but not secretive, helpful, but not intrusive, successful, but not showy, normal, always normal. The punishment for failing these codes was rarely direct. That was what made it so effective. No one came to the door and said, "We've reviewed your family's performance and found your porch habits troubling." Instead, invitations slowed. Conversations shortened. A woman at the grocery store smiled with less warmth. Children came home repeating something they had overheard. A husband heard a comment from another man at work or church. The family felt the air change before anyone said a word. Suburban judgment was soft, like a pillow over the face, and then there was the deeper boundary of belonging. The neighbourly warmth of many 1950s suburbs often depended on sameness, same race often, same class, same general family structure, same religion or close enough, same expectations about manners, marriage, children, lawn care, patriotism, and the correct public expression of gratitude. People who did not fit could feel watched in a different way. Not watched over, watched. A family considered different might find every choice interpreted, every visitor noticed, every child's mistake enlarged, every quiet evening taken as standoffishness, every friendly gesture taken as too eager. The suburb could welcome generously, but it could also defend its idea of itself with smiles, silence, and closed doors. This is why the phrase good neighbourhood carried so much hidden meaning. It could mean safe, it could mean clean, it could mean friendly, it could also mean controlled, protected, selective, a place where some people were assumed to belong and others had to prove, explain, soften, or disappear. The advertisements did not show that part. They showed neighbours waving across hedges. They showed backyard cookouts. They showed mothers smiling beside baby carriages. They showed fathers laughing beside grills with the confidence of men who had not yet burned the chicken beyond recognition. And those scenes existed. They were real. A summer evening on a 1950s suburban street could be deeply lovely. Children running between yards, screen doors slamming, sprinklers ticking, men standing in driveways talking about cars, baseball taxes, and why the city was going downhill. Women carrying bowls covered with foil, someone setting up folding chairs, someone else bringing lemonade, the smell of charcoal cut grass cigarette smoke and potato salad that had been sitting out just long enough to make future generations nervous. People belonged to one another, not completely, not always safely, but enough that life had texture, enough that loneliness had interruptions, enough that a child growing up there might remember the whole block as part of the family, even if the family had opinions and the opinions had teeth. By night the neighbourhood quieted. Porch lights glowed, curtains closed, televisions murmured behind windows, cars rested in driveways, lawn chairs stood empty. A dog barked, once then decided against further involvement. Somewhere a mother finished washing dishes. Somewhere a father took out the trash. Somewhere a neighbour saw him and made a mental note that the cans had gone out early this week. The watching never fully stopped. It simply softened in the dark, and maybe that is what made the 1950s suburb feel both safe and tense. People knew each other. They noticed absences. They remembered habits. They brought casseroles. They loaned ladders. They called when a child was hurt. They watered plants when someone travelled. They also measured, compared, whispered, excluded, corrected, and decided. The neighbour was comfort. The neighbour was pressure. The neighbour was community. The neighbour was audience. And on that quiet street in 1953, behind every curtain and across every fence, ordinary families learned to live with both truths at once. Tomorrow morning the porch lights will click off. The newspapers will land. The curtains will open. Someone will step outside for the mail and glance very briefly at the house next door. Not staring, never staring, just noticing. Let's talk about the backyard barbecue. Because if the 1950s suburb had a national ceremony somewhere between church on Sunday and pretending not to judge Bob's lawn, it was the backyard barbecue. Not the modern version with 12 kinds of craft sauce, a man wearing black gloves like he's performing surgery on a brisket, and someone explaining smoke rings with the seriousness of a courtroom expert. No. The 1950s backyard barbecue was simpler, stranger warmer, and in some ways much more revealing. It was a folding table in the yard. It was paper plates that became structurally questionable under baked beans. It was children running through grass with hot dogs in one hand, and absolutely no concern for food safety. It was fathers standing around a charcoal grill with tong cigarettes, and the quiet belief that fire had temporarily returned them to an earlier, more heroic stage of manhood. It was mothers moving in and out of the kitchen with bowls covered in wax paper potato salad, deviled eggs, coleslaw pickles, buns, napkins, lemonade iced tea, and the exhausted smile of someone whose husband had been praised for cooking because he stood near meat outdoors for 22 minutes. That was the magic of the barbecue. Inside the house, cooking was women's work. Outside the house, if you added smoke and a metal grate, suddenly it became masculine leisure. History is full of mysteries. This is one of them. Picture the yard in late afternoon. The sun has lowered, but the heat still hangs around the fence. The grass smells newly cut because someone, probably father, mowed it that morning in preparation for company, which is different from mowing it for the family. The patio, if the house has one, is small and hopeful. Maybe there are aluminum lawn chairs with woven plastic straps that leave temporary patterns on the backs of human thighs. Maybe there is a picnic table. Maybe there are folding chairs borrowed from 3 neighbours and returned later with mustard on one leg. The grill is standing in the centre of attention. It may be a simple round charcoal grill, black and slightly wobbly, with metal legs that seem to have been designed by someone who trusted flat ground, more than America was able to provide. The charcoal sits inside in a little grey-black pyramid waiting to become either a cooking fire or a neighbourhood smoke emergency. Lighter fluid appears. This is the moment. Every father in the yard becomes alert. There was something about lighter fluid that made suburban men feel both practical and ancient. They squirted it over the charcoal with grave confidence, then struck a match, tossed it in, and stepped back as the grill produced a sudden burst of flame, large enough to make the children cheer and the mothers calculate the distance to the garden hose. Nobody called this dangerous. They called it getting the coals started, a phrase that covered a surprising amount of risk. The men gathered near the grill, not too close unless they were the host or wished to offer advice disguised as casual conversation. That was one of the unspoken rules. The grill belonged to the man hosting the barbecue. Other men could comment. They could admire. They could say things like, "Looks like you've got a good fire there," which was both praise and inspection. They could discuss charcoal brands, weather baseball commute times, property taxes, and whether the new family on the corner seemed like the kind of people who would keep up the place. But they did not take the tongs unless invited. The tongs were the scepter. The man holding the tongs was in charge of the meat, and by extension, for one brief smoky hour, something in his life. Hamburgers went on first, or hot dogs, depending on the budget, the guest list, and how much optimism the host had about children waiting patiently. Steaks might appear in more prosperous yards, but hamburgers were democratic. Ground beef, shaped into patties by someone in the kitchen who would receive no public credit for patty architecture. Salt, pepper, perhaps a little onion powder. Maybe Worcestershire sauce if the household had ambitions. The meat hit the grill with a sound that made everyone feel something. A sizzle. Smoke. A smell that moved across the yard and over the fence, announcing to the whole block that belonging was happening nearby. That smell mattered. Charcoal smoke in a 1950s suburb was not just the smell of dinner. It was the smell of arrival. It said this family had a backyard. This family had guests. This family had enough food to cook outdoors for pleasure rather than necessity. This family had entered the weekend properly. Barbecue was performance, but it was also pleasure. That is why it is so tender. There really was joy in it. A father in short sleeves turning burgers, a mother laughing with another woman by the kitchen door, children running between yards, someone's baby asleep in a stroller under a tree, ice cubes clinking in tall glasses, a radio playing softly from the window, a little breeze carrying the smell of grass, smoke onions, and sun-warmed metal lawn chairs. For a moment, the suburbs' pressure softened into community. People belonged, or at least they tried to, because the barbecue was also a social test. Who was invited mattered. Who was not invited mattered more. A backyard barbecue looked casual, which made its exclusions easier to pretend were accidental. You did not have to say we are choosing our circle carefully. You simply said, "Oh, it was just a few people, nothing really very last minute." It was never just a few people, it was a map. The couples from church, the family next door, the man from work and his wife if the relationship needed warming, the new neighbours if the block had decided to investigate them kindly, the couple everyone liked, the couple everyone tolerated, the couple who brought excellent dessert and therefore earned continued diplomatic recognition. An invitation meant you were part of something. A lack of invitation meant you might not be. Of course, no one was supposed to feel that way. The official story was that it was only hamburgers in a yard. But suburbia had a genius for making small things carry large meaning. A casserole dish, a lawn edge, a curtain choice, a child's manners, an invitation to eat coleslaw beside a garage. All of it could become evidence. The women had their own ceremony. It happened partly outdoors and partly inside because the barbecue may have belonged to the men near the grill, but the meal still depended heavily on the kitchen. The kitchen remained command center. Bowls had to be filled, buns had to be arranged, condiments set out, lettuce washed, tomatoes sliced, potato salad kept cold enough to avoid becoming a historical incident, drinks refilled, children supplied with plates, plates replaced when children dropped them, napkins distributed to people who had no intention of using them effectively. And then there were the side dishes. This is where suburban women performed both hospitality and identity. Potato salad was not just potato salad. It was your potato salad, your recipe, your balance of mayonnaise, mustard, celery, onion, egg, paprika, and family pride. Too bland and people noticed. Too adventurous and people noticed harder. Deviled eggs had to be smooth, pretty, and dusted just right. Coleslaw had to suggest freshness without threatening anyone. Baked beans came in a casserole dish with bacon on top because bacon in 1950s, America was often treated as the final argument in favor of a dish. There might be Jell-O salad. Of course there might be Jell-O salad. A ring of lime gelatin with cottage cheese pineapple, and perhaps a shredded vegetable that had done nothing to deserve this fate. It would sit on the table glowing in the evening light like a radioactive crown. People would take polite servings. Some would genuinely enjoy it. Others would eat it because community requires sacrifice. The women praised each other carefully. "This is wonderful. You must give me the recipe. My family would just love this." Sometimes they meant it. Sometimes the recipe request was a ceremonial compliment understood by both parties as a kind of edible diplomacy. A woman who refused to praise another woman's dish too obviously might be remembered. A woman who praised too enthusiastically might sound false. The correct tone was warm, admiring, modest, and lightly hungry. Hospitality was an art, also a trap. The hostess had to appear relaxed while doing most of the labor that made relaxation possible. She had to make guests feel welcome without looking desperate for approval. She had to feed everyone generously without seeming showy. She had to manage the house, the yard, the children, the kitchen, the timing, the dishes, and the quiet little panic of whether there were enough buns. Running out of buns was not a tragedy. It only felt like one. Meanwhile, the children treated the barbecue as a temporary suspension of civilization. They ran in packs. They ate standing up. They abandoned half-finished hot dogs on porch steps, picnic tables, and once memorably inside a flower bed, where a dog later made a discovery of great personal importance. They played tag. They threw balls too close to adults. They chased fireflies if evening came. They drank orange soda and became louder with every swallow. The adults tolerated this because the children were outside, and outside noise had a different moral status than inside noise. Inside noise was disorder. Outside noise was childhood, until something broke. Then it became parenting. The fathers at the grill often pretended not to watch the children too closely. The mothers watched constantly while appearing to talk. This was a highly developed skill. A mother could discuss curtains, compliment potato salad, notice a child climbing something unsafe, track the baby's location, and determine whether her husband was overcooking the hamburgers, all without turning her head in an obvious way. This was not magic. This was motherhood under social conditions. As evening deepened, the barbecue changed. The food was eaten, the grill cooled, paper plates collapsed into trash bags. Coffee might appear. Dessert arrived. Maybe pie. Maybe cake. Maybe ice cream if someone had planned well and the freezer had cooperated. The men loosened up. The women sat down at last, at least briefly, though the kitchen was waiting with dishes like a creditor. conversation softened. People talked about schools, church cars, vacations, appliance trouble, television programs, the price of meat, children's teachers, and whether the shopping centre going up nearby would be good for the neighbourhood, or ruin everything depending on who was speaking and how recently they had needed parking. And underneath all of it was the real purpose: belonging. The barbecue told people they were part of the block, part of the rhythm, part of the shared life that made a row of houses feel like a neighbourhood instead of a real estate project with shrubs. It was where families measured one another gently, where men compared work without sounding insecure, where women compared homes without sounding competitive, where children formed alliances, rivalries, and lifelong memories involving grass stains and paper cups. It was warm. It was watchful. Both at once. And as always, not everyone was equally welcome in the picture. Many 1950s suburban barbecues took place in neighbourhoods shaped by exclusion, where the very comfort of belonging rested partly on who had been denied the chance to belong. The backyard laughter was real. The charcoal smoke was real. The children's joy was real. But so were the boundaries around the yard, visible and invisible, social and racial, economic and cultural. The ritual of belonging always raises a question. Belonging for whom? The advertisements rarely asked. They preferred to show a smiling father with tongs, a mother carrying a tray, children laughing in clean clothes. No actual barbecue child could maintain for more than 6 minutes and a yard glowing in the golden light of American satisfaction. But real life was more complicated. Real life had burned hot dogs, tired mothers, nervous hosts, bored guests, children crying over rules, men drinking more than they intended, women cleaning after everyone left, and neighbours deciding quietly whether the evening had gone well. Still, when the night cooled and the guests began to leave, there was something lovely in the scene. Porch lights on, crickets in the grass, children sleepy and sticky, men carrying folding chairs back across lawns, women returning dishes wrapped carefully, names remembered. Someone saying we should do this again soon and meaning it, at least in that moment. The smell of charcoal lingering after the grill had gone dark. The backyard grew quiet. The house glowed behind the screen door. Inside, the sink waited. Of course the sink waited. But outside for a little while, the suburb had been more than lawns and windows and silent rules. It had been voices, smoke, laughter, paper plates, and the fragile comfort of being included. And tomorrow, when the yards were empty again and the grill stood cold near the garage, the families would remember who had come, who had stayed late, who had laughed with whom, who had helped clean up, who had brought the excellent cake and who had not been invited at all. Because in suburbia even leisure kept records. And just beyond the backyard fence where the laughter faded into the quiet street, another new centre of suburban life was waiting. A place with parking lots, fluorescent lights, plate glass windows, and the strange modern promise that everything a family needed could be bought in one convenient stop. Let's talk about the shopping centre. Because at some point in 1950s, suburbia, after the house had been bought, the lawn had been judged, the kitchen had been modernised, and the backyard barbecue had produced both community and a mild potato salad emergency. Everyone still needed toothpaste, and shoes, and groceries, and school supplies, and birthday cards, and curtain rods, and a place to walk around on a Saturday afternoon while pretending not to look at the price of things. So the shopping centre arrived. Not quite the enclosed mall yet, not the giant climate-controlled temple of teenage wandering that would come later with fountains, escalators, food courts, and the specific perfume of pretzels and adolescent confusion. No, the 1950s shopping centre was humbler, flatter, brighter, and in its own way just as revolutionary. A row of stores set back behind a parking lot, plate glass windows, a supermarket at one end, maybe a drugstore at the other, a five and dime in between, a barber shop, a beauty salon, a bakery, a dry cleaner, maybe a shoe repair place, maybe a little dress shop where every woman who entered knew she might be seen by someone from church. And in front of it, all parking. So much parking. A new kind of landscape. Asphalt instead of sidewalks. Painted lines instead of street corners. A cart corral if the supermarket was feeling modern. Cars glinting in the sun like America had decided the town square should come with white wall tires. The shopping centre did not ask you to walk from the old neighbourhood to Main Street. It asked you to drive. That was the first rule. Main Street had belonged to pedestrians, to people strolling past storefronts, stopping at the bakery, speaking to the pharmacist, stepping into the hardware store, crossing the street, carefully seeing the courthouse or the theatre marquee or the old bank building with columns that suggested money had once been more serious looking. The shopping centre belonged to the car. The car carried the family there. The car waited outside. The car held the bags on the way home. The car made the whole arrangement possible and then quietly made itself necessary, like a guest who moves in and starts deciding where the furniture goes. For the suburban family this felt convenient, and it was convenient. That is the part we should admit before becoming too sentimental about Old Main Street. Convenience matters when you have 3 children, a grocery list, a dry cleaning ticket, a headache, and a husband who has informed you that he needs a new white shirt by tomorrow morning, as if shirts are seasonal fruit that appear naturally when requested. At the shopping centre, you could do everything in one place. You could park once, walk a few steps, buy groceries, pick up prescriptions, drop off dry cleaning, buy birthday candles, get the children's shoes, look at curtains, purchase a card for your aunt that said something warm but not too expensive, maybe stop at the bakery for rolls if the budget and your mood were cooperating. One trip, one parking lot, one modern solution. That was the promise. And like many modern solutions, it solved one problem while quietly creating several others. The shopping centre replaced the old town centre not only physically but socially. It changed the geography of errands. It changed who met whom, where they met, and how long they stayed. The old Main Street had been a place where a person might linger. The shopping centre was designed more directly around consumption. You arrived with a list. You moved from store to store. You returned to the car with bags. It was less a street than a machine for buying things. A cheerful machine. A very useful machine. But a machine. Look at it on a Saturday morning in 1956. The parking lot is filling. Mothers guide station wagons carefully into spaces, then sit for half a second, before getting out, preparing themselves for the operation ahead. Children are warned before the doors open, do not run, do not touch everything, do not ask for candy, do not disappear, do not make me regret bringing you, which is one of the great unspoken prayers of mid-century motherhood. The children immediately ask for candy, of course they do. The five and dime is right there glowing with possibility. If you were a child in 1950s America, the five and dime was not a store. It was a museum of everything, small, cheap, breakable, colourful, and absolutely necessary to life. Toy cars, jacks, marbles, paper dolls, comic books, hair ribbons, plastic soldiers, yo-yos, pencils, gum, candy bars, rubber balls that bounced once normally and then shot under a display rack into another dimension. The five and dime understood children. This made parents nervous. A child could enter with 15 cents and emerge convinced he had participated in capitalism at the highest level. A little bag of candy, a small toy, a comic book if fortune smiled. The store smelled of wood floors, dust sugar paper, and the faint metallic scent of merchandise that had crossed the ocean in crates and now waited under fluorescent lights to become someone's treasure. For mothers, the 5 and dime was useful and dangerous. Useful because it had thread buttons, school supplies, wrapping paper, kitchen gadgets, sewing needles, hairnets, birthday candles, dish towels, and the small replacement objects that held domestic life together. Dangerous because children knew the toy aisle existed and considered it a matter of civil rights. Then there was the supermarket, the true anchor, the shining warehouse of domestic obligation, where the cart rattled, the fluorescent lights buzzed, and the weekly budget entered into direct combat with cereal mascots, canned goods, meat prices, and the mysterious emotional power of fruit cocktail on sale. The supermarket at the shopping centre was larger, brighter, and more impersonal than the old neighbourhood grocer. That was part of the attraction. You did not hand a list to a man behind a counter and wait while he gathered your items. You chose for yourself. You compared labels. You touched produce. You stood before entire walls of canned soup and felt, for one strange second, that democracy had become edible. But something thinned out there too. The old grocer knew families. He knew who needed credit at the end of the month. He knew who bought cheaper cuts of meat and who was pretending not to. He knew whose husband had been ill, whose baby was teething, whose mother had come to stay too long, and was now eating everyone's patience with breakfast. The supermarket knew less. It offered more. That was the trade. More products, less intimacy, more parking, less walking, more choice, less memory. A woman pushing her cart through the shopping centre supermarket might appreciate every bit of it. She might love the bright aisles, the freezer cases, the neat price tags, the music, the display of oranges in winter, the ease of getting everything in one trip. She might also miss, without naming it, the smaller store where the man behind the counter knew her name and knew when not to ask too many questions. Modern life often removes inconvenience and relationship at the same time. That is why it can feel so efficient and so lonely. Next to the supermarket might be the drugstore. The drugstore was part pharmacy, part social, stop part small-town holdover, transplanted into the asphalt age. There were prescriptions, aspirin, cough syrup, vitamins, hair tonic, cold cream, toothpaste, shaving cream, greeting cards, magazines, and in many places a lunch counter. The lunch counter deserves a moment. A row of stools, chrome trim, a counter wiped with serious frequency, coffee, milkshakes, grilled cheese, hamburgers, pie under glass, a soda fountain if you were lucky where a child could order a cherry coke and feel for 3 minutes like life had become very sophisticated. For teenagers, the lunch counter could become a stage, a place to gather after school if the suburb allowed it, if money allowed it, if parents allowed it, if the person behind the counter did not give them the look that meant buy something or leave. Boys with combed hair and restless hands, girls in sweaters and skirts, straws in tall glasses, shared fries, nervous laughter. The early rituals of being seen by someone your own age instead of inspected by adults. But the drugstore was not equally welcoming everywhere. In many parts of America, especially in segregated communities, lunch counters became symbols of exclusion and later protest. Who could sit, who could be served, who had to stand aside, who was watched with suspicion, all of that was part of the retail landscape too. The shopping centre may have looked modern, but modern buildings could still hold old injustices behind bright glass. The promise of convenience did not erase the boundaries of the society that built it. The dry cleaner sat nearby, smelling of chemicals, steam paper tags, and adult responsibility. Father's shirts, mother's good dresses, suits, coats, clothes that could not be trusted to the washing machine or the household's patience, The dry cleaner was a place where respectability was pressed, bagged, tagged, and returned on hangers. The barber shop was another small world. A striped pole, perhaps, men waiting in chairs, magazines, hair on the floor, clippers humming, fathers and sons entering together, the boy climbing into the chair with a seriousness appropriate to the occasion. A crew cut a trim a little tonic, the barber asking how school was going, in a tone that suggested he expected a short answer. The beauty salon was different. A female world of curlers, dryers, gossip, hairspray, and temporary transformation. Women sat beneath hooded dryers like members of a secret domestic space program reading magazines, while their hair was persuaded into forms that would hopefully survive church weather and one full week of family life. The shopping centre gathered all these rituals into one place. It became the new public square, but with more glass and fewer benches. People met there. They saw neighbours in the supermarket aisle. They ran into teachers at the drugstore. They saw the pastor buying toothpaste, a strangely humanising event. They spotted the new family from the next block and evaluated their cart clothing manners and whether the children seemed properly discouraged from touching everything. The shopping centre made suburbia visible to itself, but differently from Main Street. Main Street had history, buildings with age, shopkeepers who often lived nearby, sidewalks shaped by long use, a town centre that connected commerce to civic life parades, banks, post offices, theatres, churches, and the odd comforting presence of buildings older than the people entering them. The shopping centre had convenience, it had brightness, it had parking, it had a kind of optimistic blankness, as if no one had ever suffered there before opening day. That blankness suited the 1950s. The decade loved newness. New houses, new cars, new appliances, new packaging, new roads, new schools, new shopping centres, new ways to buy, move, cook, clean, and appear successful. Newness felt like safety after years when the old world had seemed to keep breaking. But newness also made it easier to forget. Forget the neighbourhood grocer who extended credit. Forget the Main Street shopkeeper who knew 3 generations. Forget the sidewalks where people walked because the city had been built for feet before it was rebuilt for engines. Forget that public life once happened in places not entirely organised around buying something. At the shopping centre, belonging was often tied to consumption. You belonged because you shopped there, parked there, bought there, carried bags from store to car. Let the children look at toys, picked up the dry cleaning, ordered a milkshake, chose curtains, paid cash, used coupons, compared prices, filled the trunk. The shopping centre turned the family into customers more completely than Main Street had. And yet, it was beloved. Again, the story refuses to become simple. People loved these places. They loved the convenience, the brightness, the abundance, the freedom of moving through clean stores with wide aisles and plate glass windows. A mother who had spent the morning cleaning could feel a small lift walking into a dress shop even if she bought nothing. A child could remember the 5 and dime with a tenderness usually reserved for grandparents and dogs. A teenager could remember a soda fountain as the place where life first began to shimmer with possibility. The shopping centre was not soulless to the people who used it. They gave it a soul by returning every week. By late afternoon, the parking lot began to empty. Station wagons reversed carefully. Children climbed into back seats with sticky fingers and small purchases. Grocery bags leaned in trunks. Dry cleaning hung from hooks. A mother checked her list one more time and remembered the thing she forgot just as the car turned onto the road, because every shopping trip in history has included one forgotten item waiting in ambush. The stores glowed behind the family as they drove away. plate glass reflecting the low sun, signs buzzing softly, a few people still moving along the walkway. The shopping centre sat there at the edge of the suburb, part marketplace, part meeting ground, part symbol of a new life built around the car and the cart, and the promise that everything needed could be gathered efficiently, if not always meaningfully, in one convenient place. Main Street did not vanish overnight, but in many suburbs it no longer held the centre. The centre had moved, out past the old blocks, across the new roads, into a parking lot bright with chrome asphalt fluorescent light and the soft rustle of paper bags. And tomorrow, when the family needed milk aspirin socks, a birthday card, and perhaps something small to make the afternoon feel less ordinary, the car would start again. Because in the new suburban world, even the errands had moved farther away. Let's talk about the car. Because in the 1950s suburb, the car was not just something parked in the driveway. It was the driveway's entire reason for existing. There it sat, long, shiny, heavy, proud, and slightly ridiculous by modern standards, like a chrome-plated whale that had somehow learned to commute. A Chevrolet, a Ford, a Plymouth, maybe a Buick if the family had moved one careful rung up the ladder and wanted the neighbourhood to notice without forcing anyone to have an awkward conversation about money. The car was freedom. At least that was the advertisement. A smiling father behind the wheel, a smiling mother beside him, smiling children in the back seat not fighting, not sticky, not asking whether they were there yet every 9 seconds. The open road ahead, the family picnic packed, the future gleaming on the hood ornament. It was a beautiful image. It was also missing several things: traffic, car payments, gasoline, repairs, children getting carsick on winding roads, and the quiet fact that once the suburb was built around the automobile, freedom and dependence started wearing the same hat. That was the strange bargain. The car let families leave the crowded city. It let them buy houses farther out where land was cheaper and lawns were possible, and children could ride bicycles until dusk. It connected the home to the office, the supermarket, the shopping centre, the church, the school meeting, the doctor's office, the relatives, the beach, the drive-in, and the little roadside stand selling ice cream from a window under a striped awning. But it also meant that without the car, the suburb became a very pretty inconvenience. A house might have a yard, a picture window, a modern kitchen, and a mailbox standing proudly by the curb, but if the family car was in the shop, suddenly the dream had a transportation problem. Milk was not around the corner. The drugstore was not down the block. Main Street was no longer the natural centre of daily life. The world had stretched, and the car was the string holding it together. In the morning the father took it first. That was the usual arrangement in many households, and it made practical sense if his job paid the mortgage. He needed to get to work. The paycheck needed to happen. The house, the lawn, the groceries, the children's shoes, the electric bill, and the new television set all depended on that daily ritual of keys, engine, driveway, road. So he drove away. And the mother left behind in the house the car had made possible might find herself in a neighbourhood where everything was close by in theory and unreachable in practice. This was one of the suburban ironies. The suburb promised women a nicer home, more space, a safer street, a yard for the children, and distance from the old crowding of city life. But unless a household had a second car, and many did not at first, it could also leave the housewife stranded in the middle of her own convenience. She could see the wide road. She could not always use it. If she needed groceries, she planned around the car. If the child had an appointment, she planned around the car. If she needed to go to the shopping centre, she planned around the car. If a neighbour had a car, perhaps they coordinated. If the bus route existed, perhaps it was possible. If not, the beautiful new home became a small island with curtains, and everyone still expected dinner. That is important. The car changed geography, but it did not reduce expectation. It only moved errands farther apart and made planning more elaborate. A woman might wait until her husband came home, then take the car quickly before supper, or borrow a neighbour's ride, or arrange a shopping trip with another mother who had room in the station wagon and enough patience for 2 women, 4 children, and 1 conversation about meat prices. The station wagon deserves its own moment. The station wagon was the Suburban family's rolling confession. It said, "We have children and they come with equipment. Lunch boxes, school bags, baseball bats, folding chairs, grocery bags, picnic baskets, beach towels, church clothes, wet swimsuits, paper cups, melted crayons, and at least 1 object under the seat that no one could identify, but everyone agreed should not be touched directly." A sedan was a car. A station wagon was a lifestyle with doors. Children rolled around in the back in ways that would make a modern parent feel faint. Seat belts were not yet a normal part of daily family driving. Children stood, leaned, turned around, fought over windows, slept in impossible positions, waved at trucks, and treated the rear cargo area as a small moving playground. The family dog might be back there too, participating in road safety mainly through enthusiasm. The road trip became a family ritual. Not always a pleasant ritual, but a ritual. A Sunday drive, a summer vacation, a trip to visit grandparents, a day at the lake, sandwiches wrapped in wax paper, a thermos of coffee, a cooler if the family had one, children in the back asking questions that slowly wore away the adult will to live. Are we there yet? How much longer he's touching me? She's looking at me. I feel sick. The American family car contained love, hope motion, and the early warning signs of parental collapse. Still, it opened the world. The family could drive to places previous generations might have visited rarely. Motels with neon signs, roadside diners, national parks, drive-in restaurants where a tray clipped onto the window and children believed food had become magic. Drive-in movie theatres where families watched films under the stars while speakers hung from car windows and mosquitoes conducted their own evening program. The car made leisure mobile. It also made family togetherness inescapable. Everyone in one metal box moving through space, breathing the same warm air, negotiating windows, radio stations, cigarette smoke, snack distribution, and the moral question of whether Dad was lost. Dad was not lost. Dad was taking a different route. Every father in American history has taken a different route at least once. The garage was the car's home, but it was also something more mysterious. The garage sat at the edge of the house like a practical afterthought that quietly became one of the most revealing rooms in suburbia. Sometimes attached, sometimes detached, sometimes clean enough to park in, sometimes so full of boxes, tools, paint cans, bicycles, garden supplies, Christmas decorations, and unresolved household intentions that the car lived outside, while the garage sheltered everything except the thing it was named for. That too was American. The garage was often father's territory. The kitchen had mother. The living room had company. The bedrooms had rules. The garage had tools. Oil stains, nails in jars, extension cord spare lumber, old newspapers, a lawnmower, half-empty cans of paint, and a workbench that suggested usefulness even when nothing was currently being fixed. A man could go to the garage and disappear without leaving home. This was no small gift. In the garage he could change the oil-sharpened mower blade sort screws, smoke a cigarette, listen to a ball game on the radio adjust. Something that did not need adjusting, and enjoy the rare comfort of dealing with objects that did not ask him how he felt. The garage was practical. It was also emotional camouflage, a place where frustration became maintenance, worry became tinkering, silence became a project. If a man had a bad day, he might go out to the garage and reorganize tools with the gravity of a surgeon. If the office had humiliated him, he might tighten a bolt. If the mortgage worried him, he might check tire pressure. If he did not know how to talk to his wife about the distance growing between them, he might sand a shelf. The shelf needed sanding. Apparently, children understood the garage differently. To them it was a cave of forbidden possibility. Sharp tools, oil cans, fishing rods, paint thinner, bicycles, old toys, spiders, dust, a mysterious smell of gasoline, wood rubber and adult warning. It was where Dad kept things that were not toys but looked better than toys because they could actually hurt you. Do not touch that. Every garage had that sentence hanging in the air, do not touch that. Which naturally made everything in the garage more interesting. The garage also stored the evidence of suburban aspiration, a charcoal grill, lawn chairs, garden tools, car wax, snow shovels, bags of fertilizer, a rake, a hedge trimmer, a bicycle pump. Maybe a power tool acquired with trading stamps saved money, or a Christmas gift from a wife who decided her husband needed a drill more than he needed another tie. The garage said the family had settled. It said they owned things that required storage. And ownership in the 1950s suburb was part of the dream. The more the family acquired, the more the garage absorbed. Boxes from appliances too good to throw away because the box might be useful. Jars of screws because one never knew. Old curtains. Broken toys meant to be fixed. Paint matched to walls no one remembered painting. A sled in summer. A beach umbrella in winter. Every season waiting for its turn. The garage became a memory warehouse before anyone admitted the family was making memories. But the car and garage also changed family boundaries. The front porch mattered less in many suburbs than it had in older towns. The street was still social, but the car pulled people inward and outward differently. Families moved from house to garage to car to shopping centre and back again. They passed through the neighbourhood inside glass and metal instead of lingering on sidewalks. They waved from behind windshields. A wave from a car is friendly. It is also brief. The older pattern of walking past neighbours, stopping on porches, lingering on stoops, meeting people at corner stores and letting daily life unfold at human speed began to thin. Not disappear everywhere, not all at once, but thin. The car made distance easier, and casual contact less necessary. It was possible to live near people and still glide past them. That was new. Or new enough to matter. Children felt this too eventually. At first the suburban street was their playground. But as they grew older, the car became the gate to the larger world. A teenager with access to a car had crossed a border. Suddenly the shopping centre, the drive-in, the diner, the next town, the parking lot, the edge of adult supervision all became reachable. Parents understood the danger immediately. Not simply physical danger, though, that was real. Cars were fast, roads were expanding, and teenage confidence has never been an adequate safety device. The deeper fear was moral and social. The car gave young people privacy, mobility, a place to talk without parents listening, a place to hold hands, a place to become however briefly separate from the family. For a generation raised under the picture window, the car offered shadows. No wonder adults worried. The car had given fathers a commute, mothers a complicated freedom, children vacations, teenagers possibility, and the whole suburb a new map. It reordered the day. Morning departures, afternoon errands, evening arrivals, Sunday drives, shopping trips, school drop-offs, church parking lots, drive-in movies, roadside meals, garage projects, and the endless small calculations of who needed the car and when. It made life bigger, It made life farther apart, both at once. By evening the cars came home. That was one of the loveliest suburban sounds. Tyres turning into driveways, engines shutting off, doors closing, fathers stepping out, mothers glancing from kitchens, children registering arrival, the way animals sense weather. The street which had emptied in the morning filled again with the signs of return. A car in the driveway meant the family was whole for the evening, or at least assembled. The garage door opened. The car rolled in if there was room, if not. It stayed outside under the porch light, still warm from the road windshield, catching the reflection of the house it served. Inside, dinner waited. The father washed his hands. The mother placed food on the table. The children argued over something small and eternal. And outside in the driveway the car rested like a tired horse after carrying the family's hopes across the new distances of American life. Tomorrow morning it would start again. Keys, engine, road, errands, work, return. The suburb had been built around the promise of home, but the car had quietly redrawn the meaning of home, stretching it across highways, parking lots, garages and shopping centres, until family life was no longer centred only in the house, but in all the miles required to keep the house running. And just down the road, where the church parking lot filled on Sunday, and the school auditorium glowed for PTA night, another kind of suburban map was waiting. The map of respectability. Let's talk about church and the PTA. Because in 1950s, suburbia respectability did not simply live inside the house. It had appointments, it put on gloves, it found the good shoes, it sat in a pew on Sunday morning and smiled at people it had privately discussed on Thursday. The suburb may have been built out of lumber asphalt mortgages, picture windows, and the emotional power of a freshly mowed lawn, but its social structure was held together by places where families appeared in public and proved gently but relentlessly that they belonged. Church was one of those places, school was another, and the PTA that deceptively harmless collection of folding chairs, minutes committees, coffee urns, and women carrying baked goods with the seriousness of ambassadors, may have been one of the most powerful respectability engines in the entire neighbourhood. It looked innocent. That was how it got you. On Sunday morning the suburb changed clothes. The fathers who had mowed lawns in undershirts on Saturday now appeared in suits, ties, polished shoes, and expressions of moral availability. The mothers wore dresses, hats in many communities, gloves in some lipstick applied with the care of someone preparing for both worship and inspection. Children were scrubbed, combed, buttoned, and warned. Repeatedly, do not fidget, do not whisper, do not kick the pew, do not ask loudly why Mrs. Thompson sings like that, do not under any circumstances produce candy from your pocket during prayer, unless you are prepared to explain pocket lint to God. The family car pulled into the church parking lot. This was its own kind of parade. One car after another, polished enough, respectable enough, carrying families who looked more organised than they had felt 20 minutes earlier, when someone could not find a shoe and someone else had spilled orange juice on a dress that was now being described as fine, in a tone suggesting it was absolutely not fine. Church attendance in many suburbs was not only a matter of faith, though faith was real and deeply important for many families. It was also a matter of belonging. The church was a spiritual home, yes, but it was also a social register, a childcare network, a volunteer machine, a moral theatre, a place where people learned who was new, who was struggling, who was generous, who was absent, and who had brought a casserole that would be remembered for reasons both good and unfortunate. Absence was noticed. Of course it was. In a 1950s suburb, absence was one of the loudest things a family could do. If you missed one Sunday, perhaps someone was sick. If you missed 2 people, hoped everything was all right. If you missed 3, everything was no longer all right, whether or not anyone had asked you. A family in a pew sent a message. We are here. We are orderly. We are part of this community. Our children are being raised correctly. Our marriage is visible. Our shoes are polished. Our values have arrived on time. The children did not think in those terms. They thought about hard pews, itchy clothes, hymnals too heavy for their hands, sunlight through stained glass adults whispering, and the mysterious length of sermons which seemed to operate outside normal time. A child could live an entire emotional life between the first hymn and the final prayer. Hunger, boredom, curiosity, foot pain, mild rebellion, the sudden fascination of a pencil in the pew rack. But children were being trained there. Church taught public stillness. School taught public obedience. The dinner table taught family order. The suburb worked best when all 3 agreed. After the service came the real test, the gathering. The adults stood around speaking in warm Sunday voices. These were not ordinary voices. These were smoother, brighter, slightly more forgiving voices, the voices people use when holding a Bible, a handbag, or a paper cup of coffee in a basement fellowship hall. How are you? Fine. How are the children? Fine. How is your mother? Fine. There it was again. Fine wearing church clothes. Women noticed dresses. Men noticed who shook hands with whom. Children noticed where the cookies were. Everybody noticed the new family. A new family at church was a subject of careful welcome. They were greeted, invited, assessed, placed gently within the social map. Where did they live? What did he do? How many children had they moved from the city? Did they have family nearby? Were they Methodist, Baptist, Lutheran, Presbyterian, Catholic, Jewish, or something that would require the neighbourhood to consult its private categories? This varied enormously by place, of course. America was not one suburb and one church. It was many communities, many faiths, many customs, many lines of belonging. But in much of the 1950s, middle-class suburban world religious participation carried a social signal that was hard to miss. A family tied to a congregation looked rooted. A family with no visible church home might be understood as private or modern, or perhaps a little uncertain. Respectability liked roots. Even shallow roots looked better than none. Then came the committees. Church committees were where faith met logistics, and logistics, as we have learned, usually found a woman in an apron and asked her to bring something by Thursday. There were women's circles, charity drives, rummage sales, choir practices, Sunday school lessons, holiday pageants, potluck suppers, prayer groups, youth events, and an endless need for coffee folding chairs, paper napkins, and someone reliable to call everyone else. The church gave women community and purpose beyond the house which mattered. It also expanded the housewife's unpaid labour into a public form that could be praised as service while still quietly expected. A woman who volunteered was admired. A woman who did not volunteer might be understood, depending on the kindness of the community, as busy, shy, selfish, tired, ill, or not quite one of us. That last phrase did not have to be spoken. It had many ways of arriving. School created another arena. The PTA meeting usually took place in a school auditorium, cafeteria, or classroom that smelled faintly of floor wax, chalk dust, cafeteria food, and the stored anxiety of children. Folding chairs were arranged in rows. A table at the front held papers, a gavel, perhaps a coffee urn, and the quiet authority of women who had learned that if you controlled the sign-up sheet, you controlled civilization. Parents came in after dinner, mothers especially. Fathers sometimes attended, particularly for major issues, school board matters, sports discipline, or events where male presence carried symbolic weight. But much of the everyday PTA world depended on mothers. Mothers baked, organised, sold tickets, decorated, called, volunteered, supervised, and remembered what everyone else had promised to do. The PTA was democracy with refreshments, also judgment with minutes. A mother at a PTA meeting represented her child, her household, her competence, and her willingness to participate in the moral life of the school. She had to be friendly but not pushy, helpful but not overbearing, present but not desperate. If she spoke too much, people noticed. If she spoke too little, people noticed. If she brought store-bought cookies to an event where homemade was expected, people noticed in a way that somehow made the cookies taste accused. Bake sales were not really about baked goods. They were about contribution. A cake said one thing, cupcake said another, cookies said something dependable, a pie said confidence, something lopsided said effort, something too perfect suggested either skill or showing off depending on whether people liked you, and every woman understood this without needing a chart. At school functions, children became public evidence again. A child's manners reflected the home. A child's grades reflected discipline. A child's clothing reflected care. A child's behaviour at the holiday programme could become family history if he waved too much, sang too loudly, refused to sing, or stood on stage with his shirt untucked, while his mother tried to communicate corrections through facial expression alone. Mothers developed extraordinary facial technology. A raised eyebrow could mean stand still. A tight smile could mean stop that immediately. A slow blink could mean there will be consequences in the car. The children understood most of it. The fathers understood very little, and often asked later, what did he do? By the time the answer came, the child had already been spiritually tried and sentenced. The school was not just a place of education. It was a mirror of the neighbourhood's ambitions. A good school meant a good suburb. A good PTA meant engaged families. Engaged families meant property values, respectability, discipline, safety, and the comforting belief that children were being shaped into the kind of citizens who would keep the whole arrangement going. But like the suburb itself, these institutions often reflected the limits of the community that built them. Not every family entered church or PTA life with the same ease. Working-class parents who held long hours might have less time to volunteer and could be judged for absence by people with more flexibility. Mothers who worked outside the home could be viewed differently depending on the community. Divorced parents, single mothers, religious minorities, black families in excluded or newly integrating areas, immigrant families, and anyone who did not fit the dominant local pattern could feel the social test more sharply. Participation was not always neutral. Sometimes the invitation was warm. Sometimes the welcome had conditions. Sometimes the very room that called itself community had already decided who looked like the community before anyone walked in. That is the difficult edge of respectability. It can create belonging, but it can also patrol belonging. It can encourage kindness, service, and responsibility. It can also punish difference with smiles. Still, we should not flatten it into only cruelty. Church basements and school auditoriums held real grace. Women found friends there. Men found networks. Children found mentors. Families in trouble sometimes found meals, rides, advice, money, prayers, and practical help that arrived faster than any official system. A church lady with a casserole could be more efficient than an entire municipal office. A PTA mother with a phone tree could mobilize half the block before lunch. People cared for each other. People also measured each other. Both things were true. That is why these places matter so much in the story of 1950s suburbia. They were not background scenery. They were the places where the hidden rules became visible. Who attended, who volunteered, who brought food, who led, who followed, who was praised, who was whispered about, who fit, who tried too hard to fit, who gave up trying. By the end of a PTA meeting, the folding chairs were stacked. The coffee urn emptied. The principal thanked everyone. A mother collected her coat, her handbag, her notes, and the knowledge that she had somehow been assigned to help with the spring program. Another mother felt relieved she had not been assigned anything. A third felt hurt that no one had asked her. Outside the parking lot glowed under a few weak lights. Cars started. Mothers drove home through quiet streets past dark lawns and picture windows, carrying not just school information, but social information. Who looked tired? Who spoke sharply? Who volunteered quickly? Who sat alone? Who seemed to have money? Who seemed to need help? Who would be invited to coffee next week? Who would not? On Sunday, the church parking lot would fill again. On Thursday, the PTA committee would call again. On Saturday, someone would bake again. And through all of it, the suburb would continue teaching its families the same lesson in different rooms. Belonging was not only where you lived, it was what you performed. The right pew, the right committee, the right casserole, the right child in the right clothes saying the right thing at the right time. And if you managed all of that well enough, the neighbourhood might look at you and quietly decide that you were respectable. Which was not the same as being happy. But in 1950s suburbia, it was often treated as close enough. The church lights dimmed. The school auditorium emptied. The last car turned out of the parking lot and rolled back toward the neat little houses waiting under the soft night sky. Inside those houses, the bills were still in the drawer, and respectability for all its polished shoes and coffee urns would soon meet the quieter arithmetic of suburban life. Let's talk about the money. Because behind every cheerful 1950s suburban house, behind every polished picture window, every bright kitchen, every shining refrigerator, every lawnmower sitting proudly in the garage, like a small engine of moral discipline, there was a bill, usually more than one. The suburb looked peaceful from the street. That was its talent. The little house sat under the morning light with its trimmed grass, its mailbox, its curtains, its driveway, and its car sending the same reassuring message to anyone passing by. We are doing fine. But inside, somewhere in a kitchen drawer or a metal box or a folder tucked behind the recipe cards, was the other version of the story. The mortgage coupon, the appliance payment, the car note, the insurance bill, the doctor bill, the grocery money, the envelope marked Christmas already thinner than hope. This was the part of the suburban dream that did not appear in the advertisements. The ads showed the new refrigerator with the door wide open, glowing like a cold white cathedral of American abundance. They showed the washing machine, the electric range, the chrome toaster, the vacuum cleaner, the television set, the automobile, the dining set, the bedroom suite, the barbecue grill, the lawn mower, and the smiling family gathered around all of it, as if ownership itself had finally cured anxiety. What the ads did not show was the kitchen table after the children went to bed. They did not show father sitting with a pencil. Mother across from him, the radio turned low, both of them looking at numbers that refused to become smaller just because the house looked nice from the curb. They did not show the silence after someone said, "Can we wait until next month?" They did not show the careful little stack of envelopes. They did not show the way a woman could know the exact price of ground beef milk, coffee, shoe repair, school supplies, and aspirin, but still be told she did not work. They did not show the moment when the washing machine broke and everyone stared at it as if a member of the family had betrayed them, and in a way it had. Modern life was expensive, not always luxuriously expensive, not necessarily foolishly expensive, but constantly expensive. The suburb did not ask for one purchase. It asked for a lifestyle of steady payments, steady maintenance, steady replacement, and steady public proof that the family was keeping up. The house came first. The mortgage was the great monthly heartbeat of the suburban family. It arrived with dependable seriousness, asking the same question every time. Are you still allowed to live in your dream? For many families, owning a home was an extraordinary achievement. It meant stability. It meant a yard. It meant walls that belonged at least eventually to them. It meant children growing up in one place. It meant a family could plant a tree and expect to see it grow. But the mortgage also changed the mood of the house. It turned the father's job into something heavier. A bad week at work was not just a bad week at work. It was a threat to the roof. A difficult boss was not just unpleasant. He was connected invisibly, but directly to the kitchen, the children's beds, the lawn, the car in the driveway, and the family's place in the neighborhood. A man did not have the luxury of simply being unhappy at work, not if the mortgage was waiting. So he stayed. He swallowed things. He worked late. He laughed at the boss's jokes. He worried in the car. He came home quiet. And when his wife asked if everything was all right, he said fine. There it was again. Fine now, wearing a necktie and carrying debt. The appliances came next. The 1950s home was full of machines that promised to make life easier, and many of them really did. A refrigerator changed the kitchen. A washing machine changed laundry. A vacuum cleaner changed cleaning. A television changed the living room. An electric mixer changed baking. A freezer compartment, even a tiny one, could make dinner feel more manageable. These things mattered. A woman who had washed clothes by hand, or cooked on a difficult stove, or managed with an unreliable icebox knew perfectly well that new appliances were not just decorations. They were relief. They were power. They were progress sitting in the corner with a plug. But relief came with payments. The refrigerator could be bought on time. The washing machine could be financed. The television could be paid for month by month, which made the family feel modern immediately and nervous gradually. Installment buying was one of the quiet engines of the decade. It allowed families to have the future before they had fully paid for it. This was thrilling. This was practical. This was dangerous in the gentle way a department store account can be dangerous, not like a storm, but like a faucet dripping all night. A little payment here, a little payment there, a few dollars for the appliance, a few more for the furniture, the car each month, the house each month, the insurance, the utilities, the children, always the children. Children were beloved, of course. They were also expensive in ways no baby shower had fully disclosed. Shoes, coats, school clothes, lunchboxes, doctor visits, haircuts, birthday presents, baseball gloves, piano lessons if the family had ambition, and a child with limited escape options, scout uniforms, church clothes, school photographs, class parties, toothpaste socks, pencils, notebooks, and the constant mysterious disappearance of mittens. A child could outgrow shoes with the financial timing of a criminal. And the mother was usually the one who noticed first. She noticed the toes pressing at the end. She noticed the sleeves too short. She noticed the lunchbox dented beyond dignity. She noticed that the oldest child needed a winter coat, and the youngest could not inherit the old one yet because the sizes refused to line up with the weather. This was not sentiment. This was mathematics. And much of that mathematics happened in her head, at the kitchen table in the grocery aisle beside the laundry basket, or while lying awake at night listening to the house settle. The grocery budget was where the dream met reality every week. The new house might look prosperous, but dinner still had to be bought one item at a time. Meat was considered central to many dinners, but meat was not cheap. Coffee mattered, but coffee cost money. Butter was better, but margarine was cheaper. Name brands looked nicer in the pantry, but store brands stretched the week. Fresh fruit was good for the children, but canned fruit kept longer. A roast on Sunday could become sandwiches on Monday, and hash on Tuesday if mother had planned properly, and no one complained too loudly. And people complained. They always complained. Not cruelly, perhaps, just naturally. Children complained because children regard food as both nourishment and legal territory. Husbands complained sometimes indirectly, because a man who had worked all day might feel entitled to dinner without fully understanding the economics of producing it. Another casserole. Yes, another casserole. Because the casserole was not just food, it was budget architecture. Cream of mushroom soup held many families together in ways historians are only beginning to emotionally process. The suburban mother knew the small calculations. She knew when to buy the larger package because it cost less per serving. She knew when not to because the cash in her purse did not care about long-term savings. She clipped coupons. She read sale circulars. She saved trade-in stamps. She reused foil if it survived. She kept jars. She folded paper bags. She stretched leftovers until they became a second meal wearing a hat. This was intelligence. The culture called it thrift. Thrift was safer. Thrift sounded domestic and charming. Intelligence might have required respect. Money also shaped the social life of the suburb. This was delicate. No one wanted to look poor. Poor was not just an economic condition in many middle-class neighbourhoods. It was treated almost like a contagious embarrassment, even though many families were much closer to trouble than they admitted. The right dress for church mattered. The right curtains mattered. A presentable car mattered. A child's birthday party mattered. Bringing the proper dish to a potluck mattered. Not too cheap, not too showy, not too plain, not too ambitious. Respectability had a budget, but it refused to say exactly what it was. The worst thing was to seem like you were struggling. The second worst thing was to seem like you were trying too hard not to seem like you were struggling. This required balance. A family might buy a new television before they were completely comfortable paying for it, because television was becoming part of normal life. A family might replace a sofa because the old one looked tired, and tired furniture had a way of telling visitors things. A family might stretch to buy a better car because the driveway was public and the driveway spoke. The neighbours might say, "Lovely car." And what they meant depended on tone. Lovely car could mean congratulations. Lovely car could also mean interesting choice given what we know about your roof. Suburbia had many dialects. Money was one of them. The father felt the pressure in one way. The mother felt it in another. He had to earn enough. She had to make enough look like enough. His failure might appear as job trouble. Her failure might appear as an empty pantry-worn curtains, children in clothes too small, or a dinner that suggested the budget had staged a protest. The family depended on both forms of labour. Only one was usually called providing. This created quiet tensions. A husband might ask where the money went. A wife might look at the children, the pantry, the laundry, the doctor bill, the school envelope, the grocery receipts, the cracked dish, the worn socks, the empty coffee can, and feel a sentence rise in her throat that would not help anyone if spoken. So she said prices are going up, which was true and smaller than the truth. There were also private economies inside the home. A coffee can with change, a little cash tucked away for emergencies, trading stamp books in a drawer, a Christmas club account at the bank, hand-me-downs folded carefully, a dress altered instead of replaced, a neighbour's baby clothes saved for another child, curtains made from fabric bought on sale, a slipcover instead of a new chair. Women became experts in making things last. Men became experts in pretending not to be frightened by how much everything cost. The children, meanwhile, learned more than adults realized. They learned which requests were safe and which ones made the kitchen go quiet. They learned not to ask for certain toys after seeing their father's face. They learned that some families went on better vacations. Some had newer bikes. Some had television sets sooner. Some had brand-name cereal. Some had fathers who seemed less worried, although children rarely know how expensive calm can be. They learned comparison. Suburbia taught comparison beautifully. The whole neighbourhood was arranged for it. Same-sized lots, similar houses, similar families, similar driveways, similar kitchens. And inside all that similarity, every difference became visible. Who got the new car? Who added a patio? Who bought a colour television later in the decade? Who had the latest appliance? Who let the paint peel? Who stopped hosting? Who seemed to be falling behind? Falling behind was the great suburban fear. Not collapse necessarily, just falling behind. Being the house that looked tired, the family that could not keep up, the children who had less, the car that stayed too old, the lawn that thinned, the curtains that faded, the mother who stopped entertaining, the father who came home too early because work had changed. The suburb was a ladder disguised as a neighbourhood, and everyone could see which rung you were on. Still there was pride. We should not forget that. A family sitting in a new living room beside a new lamp and a new television set could feel genuine pride. They had worked. They had saved. They had survived leaner years. They had bought things that made life more comfortable. They had given their children a home with heat-light food, a yard, and a sense of place. The pride was real. So was the fear. By late evening, after the children were asleep and the house had gone quiet, the kitchen table became an accounting office again. Bills spread out. A pencil, maybe a checkbook, maybe cash envelopes, maybe father with his sleeves rolled up, maybe mother with a list, maybe both of them tired enough that even arithmetic felt personal. The refrigerator hummed in the background. That beautiful modern refrigerator. Cold, white, reliable, and not yet paid off. The washing machine sat in the laundry area waiting for tomorrow. The car cooled in the driveway. The house stood around them warm and still, holding every object they had wanted and every payment those objects required. This was the hidden financial life of the 1950s suburb. Not poverty for many, though some were closer to it than they admitted. Not luxury either. Something more tense and ordinary. A life of payments, planning, stretching, hoping, comparing and smiling from the front porch as if the numbers always came out clean. Sometimes they did. Sometimes they nearly did. Sometimes mother quietly put something back at the store. Sometimes father worked overtime. Sometimes the new appliance broke before the old debt was gone. Sometimes the dream fit the budget. Sometimes the budget wore the dream like shoes half a size too small. And in the morning the curtains still opened. The father still went to work. The mother still made breakfast. The children still needed shoes. The lawn still grew. The refrigerator still hummed. The suburbs still looked peaceful from the street. But behind the new mortgage and the new appliances, behind the television glow and the polished kitchen floor, there was always that quiet arithmetic. The arithmetic of wanting a better life. The arithmetic of keeping up. The arithmetic of being grateful for the dream while secretly wondering how much longer the dream could be paid for. And just beyond those bills in the basement, in the school hallway, in the newspaper headlines, and in the back of every adult mind, another worry was waiting. A larger one. The kind no family budget could solve. Let's talk about the fear under the floorboards. Because the 1950s suburb looked calm. That was the whole performance. The lawns were trimmed, the cars were washed, the children rode bicycles in circles with the confidence of people who believed the street belonged to them. Mothers opened curtains in the morning, fathers backed out of driveways, neighbours waved, sprinklers clicked, television sets glowed behind picture windows like little household moons. Everything looked orderly. And then somewhere in the distance a siren could turn the whole dream inside out. Not a police siren, not an ambulance, the other kind. The long-rising, terrible sound that made children freeze in classrooms and adults glance toward the sky even when they knew perfectly well that looking at the sky was not a plan. The Cold War lived in the suburbs like a guest no one had invited but everyone had made room for. It sat quietly beside the new refrigerator. It stood near the school flagpole. It hid in the newspaper folded beside father's coffee. It waited in the basement between the canned peaches and the Christmas decorations, asking the most unreasonable question imaginable. What would your family do if the world ended on a Tuesday? The 1950s were a decade of deep domestic confidence and deep nuclear anxiety, which is a difficult combination and also a very American one. On one page of the magazine, a smiling mother was serving cake from a mix that promised modern convenience. On another, an article suggested keeping emergency supplies in case civilization briefly misplaced itself. Cake mix and catastrophe. That was the emotional menu. In the suburbs, the fear did not always look like fear. It looked like preparedness. It looked like pamphlets. It looked like school drills. It looked like basement shelves stacked with canned goods, bottled water, flashlights, batteries, blankets, first aid supplies, and the quiet hope that having enough tuna fish might somehow negotiate with atomic history. Preparedness was the respectable face of terror. A father could not say, "I am frightened that my children may grow up under a mushroom cloud." He could say we should put some supplies in the basement. Much better, much more manageable. A mother could not always say, "I do not know how to keep this family safe from forces I cannot even imagine." She could say, "I bought extra canned soup." And so the basement became important. The basement had already been a strange place. Laundry tools, spiders, furnace noise boxes, old toys, jars of screws, storm windows, and whatever object the family had decided to keep, because it might be useful someday, which is how every basement slowly becomes an archaeological site of optimism. But during the Cold War, the basement gained a darker kind of purpose. Some families talked about fallout shelters. Some built them, many did not. Some had serious plans, some had vague plans, and some had the classic American household plan of assuming father would know what to do when the time came, even though father was still trying to fix the lawnmower. The idea of a shelter was both comforting and absurd. A little room beneath the house, canned food, water, a radio, maybe bunks, maybe a chemical toilet which no magazine photograph could make appealing. A place where the family would wait out danger sitting together under the same house, whose picture window had been designed to show the world that everything was fine. The shelter promised control, but only if you did not think about it too closely. How long would you stay there? What would the children ask? What would happen outside? What if the neighbours came? That was the question that turned preparedness into moral trouble. What if the neighbours came? A fallout shelter, if you had one, was supposed to protect your family. But suburbia had spent years teaching people to be neighbourly, bring casseroles, watch children, lend tools, offer coffee, help in storms, share sugar, call if something seemed wrong. Then suddenly the Cold War presented a situation where the ultimate act of protecting your family might mean closing a door on someone else's. This was not the kind of question a backyard barbecue had prepared anyone to answer. So many people avoided answering it. They stored the cans, they read the pamphlet. They hoped the sirens would remain theoretical. Children met the fear more directly at school. The classroom, with its rows of desks and pencil shavings and maps on the wall, became a stage for one of the strangest rituals in American childhood, the duck and cover drill. Imagine being 7 years old. You're learning arithmetic. You're thinking about lunch. You have a pencil in your hand and perhaps a loose tooth. Then the teacher's voice changes or a bell rings and everyone knows what to do. You slide under the desk. You tuck your head. You cover your neck. You wait. The desk becomes your shield. A wooden desk with gum under it and scratches carved into the surface by generations of children who found long division emotionally unacceptable. This desk apparently is now standing between you and the atom bomb. Children did what they were told. Children are good at accepting absurdity when adults present it with enough confidence. They crouched under desks. They lined up in hallways. They practiced calm. They learned that danger could fall from the sky and that the correct response was obedience order, and not asking the teacher whether a desk could actually save you from the end of the world. Some children were frightened. Some treated it like a break from lessons. Some laughed because children often laugh when adults have introduced a fear too large for the room. And teachers, those underappreciated managers of both multiplication tables and civil defense, had to keep their voices steady. A teacher could not panic. A panicking teacher would crack the whole performance. So she spoke gently, firmly, as if this drill were no stranger than spelling practice or lining up for recess. That was the hidden lesson. Not only duck and cover, stay calm, do what you're told, trust the system, do not let fear show. The Cold War fit too neatly into the existing suburban rules. Keep the lawn tidy, keep the house clean, keep the children polite, keep the pantry stocked, keep your worries folded and put away. If danger comes, follow instructions. If you are afraid, call it preparedness. If the future feels unstable, buy more canned goods. At home, the children brought the fear back with them. They might ask questions at dinner. What happens if there is a bomb? The table could go quiet. Father might say something reassuring because fathers were expected to know how the world worked, even when the world had become something no one understood. Mother might say, "Don't worry about that, now eat your potatoes." This was not indifference. It was survival. There are only so many apocalyptic conversations a family can hold over meatloaf. Television carried the anxiety too. News reports, speeches, maps, images of tests in deserts and oceans, men in suits discussing missiles, diplomacy, communism, defense, security and retaliation in voices so controlled they made terror sound administrative. The television set had brought the world into the living room. Unfortunately, the world had issues. A father watching the news might grow quiet. A mother might continue folding laundry while listening from the doorway. Children might sense that certain words changed the room. Moscow, bomb, shelter, Korea, communists, Sputnik later in the decade, missile, test, fallout. Words that did not belong to childhood and yet entered childhood anyway. The newspapers added to it. A headline on the breakfast table could sit beside toast and orange juice like a dark guest. Father read it before work. Mother saw it after he left. The children noticed only pieces. Adults were very good at forgetting that children collect pieces and build private worlds from them. The Cold War was not only foreign policy, it was kitchen table weather. It changed the way people imagined the future. The 1950s promised tomorrow with one hand and threatened it with the other. Tomorrow would have better cars, better appliances, better suburbs, better schools, better highways, better television. Tomorrow would also perhaps involve siren shelters, fallout, and canned beans eaten underground by flashlight. No wonder the decade clung so hard to normal life. Normal was not shallow. Normal was a defense. Mowing the lawn mattered more when the world felt unstable. A clean kitchen mattered more. Children in good clothes mattered more. Church attendance mattered more. Dinner at 6 mattered more. These routines told families that the world still had order, that the centre was holding, that whatever was happening in distant capitals and military bases had not yet reached the casserole. The suburb was a machine for producing normal. The Cold War kept asking whether normal could survive. Some people responded with patriotism. Flags, pledges, civil defense participation, suspicion of anything that seemed un-American. Some responded with religion, some with humor, some with denial, some with consumption, because buying a new washing machine is not a political theory, but it can feel like voting for the future, and some carried the fear silently. A mother lying awake at night, listening to the furnace kick on, a father pausing beside the basement shelves, a child staring at the classroom ceiling after a drill wondering what the sky was capable of, a teacher smoothing her skirt after telling 25 children to get under their desks, a neighbour asking casually whether the family had thought about emergency supplies, and another neighbour laughing it off too quickly. The fear was everywhere, but it had to behave. That was suburbia's demand, even of fear. Do not be messy. Do not be dramatic. Do not frighten the children too much. Do not make the neighbours uncomfortable. Do not let the house look worried from the street. By evening the suburb returned to its familiar glow. Fathers came home. Mothers served dinner. Children did homework. Televisions warmed up. Curtains closed. The lawns darkened under dew. Porch lights came on. From outside, each house looked peaceful, each window a little rectangle of warmth. And perhaps that warmth was real. It usually was. That is what makes the image so haunting. Inside one of those houses, a family might be laughing at a television program. In the basement below them, a shelf of canned goods might be waiting for a disaster nobody wanted to name. Above them, the night sky might be clear and beautiful, full of stars, planes, satellites later, and the invisible roots of adult fear. The suburbs slept beneath all of it. The house, the lawn, the car, the children, the mortgage, the appliances, the picture window, the church clothes, the PTA minutes, the backyard grill, all of it resting under a sky that had become, for the first time in history, something ordinary families were taught to fear. Tomorrow morning the coffee would percolate, the school bus would come, the fathers would drive away, the mothers would open the curtains, the children would sit at their desks, and if the drill bell rang they would slide beneath them, small bodies folded under wood and metal, practicing survival in a world that had promised them safety, and then asked them to rehearse the end of it. Let's talk about the teenagers, because every 1950s suburb had them. They did not arrive all at once, of course. At first they were just children on bicycles, children in pyjamas, children running through sprinklers, children leaving baseball gloves in the grass and forcing their mothers to ask whether anyone in this house understood the concept of putting things away. Then slowly something happened. The bicycles became cars. The crew cuts became combed with suspicious amounts of tonic. The saddle shoes appeared. The skirts swirled a little wider. The voices dropped, stretched, sharpened, and began saying things like, "Everybody else is going," which has been the teenagers' main legal argument since the beginning of time. The suburb had built itself around the family. And then the children started becoming people the family could not fully control. This was alarming. Not because teenagers were new. Young people had always existed, usually noisily. But in the 1950s, the teenager became something more visible, more powerful, more marketable, and more frightening to adults who had only recently finished creating the most orderly-looking neighborhoods in American history. The teenager had spending money. The teenager had radio. The teenager had records. The teenager had opinions. Worst of all, the teenager had access to cars. That was where everything became dangerous. A child on a bicycle could only rebel within a few blocks before hunger or a flat tire brought him back to the kitchen. But a teenager with a driver's license could cross town. A teenager with a family car on a Friday night could enter a world beyond the picture window, beyond the lawn, beyond the mother waiting in the kitchen, and the father pretending not to worry in his chair. The driveway became a border crossing. Inside the house rules, outside the house possibility, and sitting between them was the car shining under the porch light like it knew exactly how much trouble it could cause. For parents, the family car was practical. It took father to work. It took mother to the shopping centre. It took everyone to church. It carried groceries, luggage, children, laundry tools, and the emotional burden of being washed on Saturday morning. For teenagers, the car was something else entirely. It was privacy on wheels. It was music, speed, conversation, romance, escape, and the first taste of being unobserved. No wonder adults panicked. A teenage boy asking for the car keys could change the temperature of an entire living room. Father lowered the newspaper. Mother paused in the kitchen doorway. The younger children looked up, sensing drama. The boy stood there trying to look responsible, which is difficult at 17 when your hair contains enough oil to qualify as a strategic reserve. Where are you going? Who will be there? What time will you be back? Do you have enough gas? Do not speed. Do not fool around. Do not let anyone else drive. And above all, be home by 11. 11 o'clock was not just a time, it was a moral boundary. A teenager arriving home at 10:58 was obedient. A teenager arriving at 11:07 had apparently begun the long walk towards social collapse. Parents could hear a car turn onto the street from inside the house. They knew the sound of their own engine. They knew the tires on the driveway. They knew the door closing too softly, which meant someone was hoping the house had not heard them. The house had heard. The house always heard. Dating carried its own rules. A boy came to the door. Not the side door, not the back door. The front door, because courtship had to be inspected through the proper entrance. He might wear a Letterman jacket, a pressed shirt, a nervous smile, and the faint smell of aftershave applied with more hope than judgment. He came inside, shook hands with father if father was available for intimidation, and spoke to mother with the politeness of a young man who understood that one bad answer could ruin his entire evening. The girl came down the hall or down the stairs. If the house had stairs and drama, her skirt was neat, her hair was set, her lipstick was checked. Her mother had already said something about looking nice but not too grown up, which was one of the impossible instructions given to teenage girls in the 1950s. Be attractive, but not too attractive. Be friendly, but not forward. Be popular, but not talked about. Have fun, but not the kind of fun that becomes a family meeting. The rules for girls were often tighter, quieter, and more dangerous. A boy could be wild and still be called energetic. A girl could be seen in the wrong car at the wrong hour with the wrong expression, and suddenly the neighbourhood's opinion of her began adjusting itself like Venetian blinds. Reputation was a fragile object. Girls were expected to carry it without dropping it. Parents worried about parking. Not ordinary parking. Not the parking you did at the drugstore or the shopping centre. The other kind. The kind involving dark lanes, drive-in theatres, lookout points, empty roads, and teenagers claiming they were just talking, which may have been true and was also exactly the problem. The car gave teenagers a room adults could not enter without knocking, and America was not ready for that. Then came rock and roll, or rather it came through the radio, through records, through jukeboxes, through television appearances that made parents sit up straighter in their chairs and wonder whether civilization had been left unattended. Rock and roll did not sound like the old music. That was the point. It had a beat that did not politely ask permission. It borrowed blended and commercialized sounds from rhythm and blues country gospel and black musical traditions that many white suburban parents had either ignored, feared, or not fully understood. It entered living rooms in a complicated way, exciting to young people and unsettling to adults who heard not just music but boundaries shifting. A teenager heard freedom. A parent heard noise. A teenager heard energy. A parent heard hips. And hips in the 1950s could apparently threaten the Republic. The radio in a teenager's room became a small private nation. The volume low enough to avoid direct confrontation, loud enough to feel like oxygen. A girl lying on her bed looking at the ceiling, listening to a song that seemed to understand her better than any adult in the house. A boy sitting at his desk pretending to do homework while the music carried him somewhere beyond algebra and lawn duty. Records mattered too. A 45 spinning on the player, the little paper sleeve, the careful lowering of the needle, the crackle before the song began. The same song played again and again until a parent shouted from another room, asking if there was only one record in the entire United States. To the teenager, repetition was devotion. To the parent, it was evidence. Evidence of what exactly was unclear. But it was definitely evidence. Adults worried that the music was too loud, too sensual, too rebellious, too connected to social changes they could not control. They worried about dancing. They worried about juvenile delinquency. They worried about leather jackets, switchblades, hot rods, comic books, drive-ins, bad influences, late nights, and the possibility that their children were becoming strangers right in front of them. Some of the fear was exaggerated. Some was not entirely baseless. Teenagers were pushing against rules. They were testing curfews, speech, clothing, music, manners, and the authority of parents who had built the suburb as a shelter and expected gratitude in return. But youth rarely accepts shelter without trying the door. The driveway became a stage for this tension. A group of teenagers might gather around a car after school or on a weekend evening. Boys leaning against fenders, girls sitting on the hood if the owner was brave or foolish enough to allow it. A radio playing from inside, laughter rising into the warm air, cigarettes appearing in ways that suggested no one had invented consequences, someone talking too loudly, someone watching from a window. There was always someone watching. The adult world saw these gatherings and felt uneasy, not because anything terrible was necessarily happening. Often it was just talking, flirting, boasting, wasting time, and practicing adulthood badly, which is the traditional work of teenagers. But the scene looked uncontrolled. Young people outside, unsupervised, laughing at jokes adults could not hear. The suburb liked visibility, but it disliked not knowing. School tried to manage them, dress codes, dances, assemblies, pep rallies, guidance counselors, teachers who warned boys to tuck in shirts and girls to keep skirts respectable, coaches who turned restless boys into athletes if the boys were lucky, home economics for girls, shop class for boys, typing for those heading toward office work, rules everywhere, some spoken, some simply absorbed. The high school hallway was its own society. Popular girls, Athletes, quiet students, class clowns, outsiders, boys with slicked hair, girls carrying books against their chests, lockers slamming, notes passed, gum chewed illegally, teachers patrolling. The strange electricity of adolescence moving through the building like a storm no adult could fully predict. The suburb wanted teenagers to grow up, but not too quickly. It wanted sons to become responsible men. It wanted daughters to become respectable young women. It wanted dating, but not desire. Style, but not defiance. Music, but not too much rhythm. Independence, but only with permission. And teenagers being teenagers heard all of this and began looking for the edges. Some found rebellion in clothing, a leather jacket, rolled jeans, a tighter sweater, a skirt considered too daring by someone who had apparently declared war on knees. Some found it in slang, some in music, some in cars, some in simply closing the bedroom door and wanting to be left alone, which to many parents felt less like privacy and more like mutiny. The closed bedroom door became a new kind of symbol. On one side, parents who had survived depression and war and believed they had given their children safety. On the other, teenagers who had inherited safety and wanted meaning. That difference is not small. The parents wanted their children protected from hardship. The children wanted to be protected from boredom. Both were reasonable. Neither understood the other easily. By evening, the teenage world glowed at the edges of the suburb. Drive-in theatres, school dances, drugstore counters, parking lots, football games, church youth socials, basements where records played and adults came downstairs just often enough to remind everyone the ceiling had ears. A dance in the school gym could hold an entire universe of longing and terror. Crepe paper decorations, punch, cookies, teachers watching from the edges, boys on one side, girls on the other, someone brave crossing the floor, someone rejected gently or not gently enough, shoes sliding, music starting. The room suddenly alive with all the feelings adults had tried to schedule and supervise without fully understanding what they had invited. And then home. Always home. The porch light waiting. Mother pretending not to look at the clock. Father pretending to read, the car pulling into the driveway, the teenager entering quietly carrying the night on their clothes. How was it fine? There it was again. Fine now, wearing lipstick, hair tonic, and the smell of someone else's cigarette smoke. The teenager had learned the family language. Fine meant do not ask too much. Fine meant nothing happened that I am willing to describe. Fine meant I am still your child, but not only your child anymore. That was the heartbreak beneath the fear of rebellion. Parents were not only afraid teenagers would do something wrong, they were afraid teenagers were leaving them in small ways before anyone was ready. A song on the radio, a ride in a car, a secret, a crush, a silence at dinner, a bedroom door closing. The suburb had been built for young families, but children do not stay young for architecture. They grow taller than the kitchen rules. They outgrow the bicycle and reach for the keys. They stop asking to go outside and start asking to go out. They take the sidewalks, schools, lawns, kitchens, churches, and picture windows that raised them and begin walking toward a world those things cannot fully contain. This was not always rebellion. Sometimes it was simply growing up, but in a decade so invested in order growing up could look like a threat. The rock and roll record spins. The driveway cools under the night air. A porch light remains on. Somewhere a father folds his newspaper. Somewhere a mother listens for footsteps. Somewhere a teenager lies awake hearing a song in memory and feeling for the first time that the quiet street outside may not be the whole world. And in the morning the suburb will look the same. Trimmed lawn, parked car, closed garage, school bus, coffee, curtains. But something has shifted. A generation raised inside the rules is beginning to hear another rhythm beneath them, and the adults standing at the edge of the driveway are just beginning to realize they cannot turn the volume all the way down. Let's talk about who was not in the picture. Because the 1950s suburb loved pictures. Family pictures, magazine pictures, advertising pictures, a smiling father in the driveway, a smiling mother at the kitchen counter, smiling children on bicycles, a dog on the lawn, a station wagon gleaming beside a house so new the shrubs still look surprised to be there. The picture was warm. The picture was powerful. The picture was also edited. Not with scissors exactly. Not with someone standing over the photograph saying, remove this family, remove that one, make the street whiter, make the income steadier, make the church more familiar, make the father employed, make the mother married, make the children clean, make everybody look like they belong here. No, the editing happened earlier, at the bank, at the real estate office, at the developer's desk, in the zoning meeting, in the lending policy, in the quiet neighborhood understanding, at the dinner table where someone said, not those people, and everyone knew what was meant without needing to make it uglier by explaining it. That was the harder truth under the suburban dream. The dream had borders. The borders were not always fences. Sometimes they were paperwork. Sometimes they were prices. Sometimes they were school districts. Sometimes they were restrictive covenants, lending practices, steering intimidation, custom silence, and the soft, smiling phrase, this neighborhood may not be right for you, which sounded polite, and often meant you're not welcome. The 1950s suburb did not simply appear because families wanted lawns. It was shaped by institutions, money policy, builders, highways, mortgages, and ideas about who deserved access to the new American future. Many white middle-class families were able to buy into developments with help from government-backed loans, veteran benefits, affordable mortgages, and mass-produced housing. For those families, the system could feel generous, a miracle even. A young couple could move from a cramped apartment into a small house with a yard, a refrigerator, a driveway, and the unbelievable luxury of saying, the children are outside playing without immediately wondering which hallway they had disappeared into. But many black families and other families pushed to the edge of the national story found that the same doors did not open for them. The mortgage that seemed possible for one family became impossible for another. The neighborhood that advertised community did not always mean everyone. The builder who welcomed one veteran might turn away another veteran who had worn the same uniform in the same war but came home to a different America. That is the part the picture window did not show. It showed the lamp. It did not show the line. And there were lines everywhere. In the north, in the south, in the east, in the west, though the lines looked different in different places. Some were written directly into housing rules. Some were enforced by lenders who considered certain neighborhoods risky because of who lived there. Some were maintained by real estate agents who quietly guided families toward or away from particular streets. Some were held by neighbors who believed they were protecting property values, which is one of those phrases history should handle with gloves. Property values sounded neutral. It often carried prejudice in a clean shirt. A family could be told no in a dozen ways without hearing the word no. The house is no longer available. The loan did not go through. You might be happier elsewhere. There are no openings. This is not the right fit. A gate does not need to slam to keep people out. Sometimes it only needs to smile and remain closed. Class worked through the suburb too, though often more quietly. The dream was expensive even when it was advertised as affordable. A family needed a steady income credit, access to financing a car, the ability to maintain the house, and enough money to perform middle-class life once they arrived. because buying the house was only the entrance fee. After that came the lawnmower curtains, furniture, appliances, school clothes, church clothes, grocery bills, car repairs, insurance, birthday parties, PTA obligations, and the mysterious social requirement that a respectable family always have something decent to serve if company dropped by. This was not a small thing. A working-class family might get into the suburb and then spend years fighting to look as comfortable as everyone else pretended to be. The father worked overtime. The mother stretched groceries. The children learned which requests made the room tense. The house looked fine from the street, but inside the kitchen drawer the bills told a more honest story. Some families were not poor enough to receive sympathy and not secure enough to relax. They were simply balancing. All the time. Balancing the mortgage, balancing appearances, balancing pride, balancing the fear that one illness, one layoff, one broken appliance, one car repair could expose how thin the dream had been stretched. The suburb liked sameness. Same houses, same lawns, same school schedules, same Sunday routines, same fathers leaving in the morning, same mothers at the grocery store, same children riding bikes until dinner. But sameness is rarely natural. It usually has to be arranged. And when a community arranges sameness, it also arranges difference somewhere else. The families who could not enter the new developments often remained in older neighborhoods, crowded apartments, rented houses, rural towns, segregated city blocks or communities that received fewer services, fewer new schools, fewer supermarkets, fewer loans, fewer roads, and fewer of the bright promises being sold in magazines. The suburbs grew outward, but not evenly. A white family moving into a new house might experience the suburb as opportunity. A black family denied the same house might experience that same suburb as a wall. An immigrant family might find welcome in one community and suspicion in another. A Jewish family, a Catholic family, a divorced mother, a single woman. A family with a father in a less respected occupation, anyone outside the expected local pattern, could feel the neighborhood's attention sharpen. The suburb's friendliness often had conditions. The conditions were not always spoken. They did not have to be. You could feel them at church, at school, at the PTA meeting, at the shopping center. In the way a conversation paused when someone entered. In the way invitations did or did not arrive. In the way children repeated things heard at home without understanding they had just delivered a whole world view at recess. Children learned boundaries early. They learned who lived where. They learned which neighborhoods their parents avoided. They learned which families were described as nice, and which were described as different in a tone that made different sound like a warning label. They learned which children were invited inside and which remained outside. Adults could pretend these lessons were accidental. They were not. The national image of the 1950s family also erased many families who did not fit the shape. Single mothers existed, widows existed, divorced parents existed, though divorce carried heavier stigma in many communities. Families living with grandparents existed. Families with mothers working outside the home existed. Families where money was always short existed. Families where fathers were absent, ill-disabled, unemployed, or emotionally far away existed. But the picture preferred one arrangement. Father earns, mother keeps house, children behave, house shines, lawn grows, America smiles. That picture was repeated so often that families outside it could feel as if they were not merely struggling but failing at being real. Imagine a mother working a paid job because the family needs the money, then returning home to do the housework anyway, while the magazines keep praising the cheerful full-time homemaker as if there were only one respectable way to be a woman. Imagine a black veteran who served his country, came home, worked hard, saved money, and still found the new developments closed to him, while the television showed the American dream as if it were standing there with an open door. Imagine a family in an older city neighborhood watching supermarkets, schools, roads, and investment follow the white middle class outward, while their own streets were described as declining by the very people taking resources away from them. Imagine being told the 1950s were simple. Simple for whom, that is always the question. And yet we have to be careful here. The people inside the suburban houses were not all villains in a neat little morality play. Many were ordinary families trying to build safety after hard years. Many did not understand the systems helping them or excluding others. Many were kind to neighbours, loving to children, generous in their churches, worried about bills, tired from work, proud of their homes, and limited by the assumptions of their time. History is not useful when it turns everyone into cardboard. The truth is more human, and therefore more uncomfortable. A family could be grateful for its new house without seeing who had been denied the same chance. A neighbour could bring casseroles and still support exclusion. A church could preach kindness and still reflect the boundaries of its community. A father could work hard for his children and still benefit from doors open to him that remained closed to others. A mother could feel trapped inside the domestic ideal and still defend the respectability that gave her family status. People are often kind inside unfair systems. That does not make the systems fair. This is why the 1950s suburbs still haunts American memory. It was not only a place, it was a promise distributed unevenly. It gave some families stability, space, and generational wealth. It gave some children safe streets and good schools. It gave some mothers kitchens full of appliances and some fathers a driveway to pull into at dusk. But it also helped create patterns of separation that lasted far beyond the decade. Housing shapes schools. Schools shape opportunity. Opportunity shapes income. Income shapes the next house. The little lawn in front of the little house was never only grass. It was a beginning, and not everyone was allowed to begin there. By evening, the suburbs still looked beautiful. That is the difficult part. The sunset did not know about lending discrimination. The sprinklers did not know about restrictive covenants. The porch lights did not know about families turned away. The smell of barbecue smoke did not pause at the edge of history and explain itself. The street simply glowed. Children laughed. A father washed the car. A mother called everyone in for dinner. A television flickered behind a picture window, and somewhere beyond that development another family lived with the knowledge that this glowing street, so ordinary to the people inside it, had been made extraordinary by being unavailable. That is the shadow at the edge of the postcard. Not loud, not theatrical. Just there, the dark border around the bright picture. So when we remember the 1950s suburb, we can remember the warm kitchens, the bicycles, the lawns, the school buses, the smell of cut grass, the porch lights, the station wagons, and the deep human longing for a safe place to live. We can remember all of that. But we should also remember the families left outside the frame because they were part of the story too. Not as an afterthought, not as a footnote, as the people who reveal what the dream cost, how it worked, and who had to stand beyond the picture window looking in. The suburb said, "Welcome home," but not to everyone. And behind that simple fact lived a quieter sadness, one that would follow America long after the lawns were grown, the mortgages paid, and the old picture windows replaced. Inside the houses that did exist, another kind of silence was gathering too. Not the silence of exclusion from the street, the silence inside the room. The kind that settled over tired mothers, worried fathers, restless children, and people who'd been given the dream but still did not know what to call the ache they felt within it. Let's talk about the quiet feelings, not the dramatic ones, Not the kind that throw plates, slam doors, run into the rain, or become a scene someone remembers for the rest of the decade. The other kind. The feelings that sat in a kitchen at 3 p.m. while the washing machine thumped in the next room. The feelings that rode home in the passenger seat beside a man who had said almost nothing since leaving the office. The feelings that stood in a child's bedroom at night listening to parents talk through a wall, knowing only that the voices had changed. The 1950s suburb had many rooms: living room, kitchen, bedrooms, basement, garage, laundry area, maybe a den if the family was doing well and father had successfully negotiated territory away from the children. But it did not have much room for certain feelings. Loneliness was one, fear was another. Sadness, resentment, restlessness, grief, disappointment, marital distance, exhaustion that sleep did not fix, the strange ache of living inside a dream that still felt too small. These things existed. Of course they existed. People in 1953 were not simpler creatures who could be satisfied permanently with a refrigerator, a mortgage, a church pew and a bowl of potato salad. They had inner lives, complicated ones, tender ones, frightened ones. They worried, longed, doubted, regretted, envied, endured, hoped, and occasionally stared out kitchen windows wondering how everyone else seemed to know what they were doing. They just did not always have permission to name it. That was the hidden rule. If you could not name a feeling, it was easier for the world to pretend it was not there. A woman might say she was tired. That was acceptable. Everyone was tired. Tired could be fixed, at least in theory. Sit down, have coffee, go to bed earlier, take a tonic, get some fresh air, stop worrying so much, try to be grateful, count your blessings, which is a phrase that can be kind in the right mouth and quietly brutal in the wrong one. But if tired meant lonely, the conversation became harder. If tired meant she'd spent all day in a beautiful little house with modern appliances and still felt invisible, what then? If tired meant she loved her children but felt consumed by their needs, what then? If tired meant her husband came home every night and still somehow seemed far away, what then? If tired meant she'd been told this was fulfillment and could not understand why fulfillment involves so much dishwashing and silence, what then? The decade did not have easy language for that. So it gave her other words. Nerves. She has nerves. A nervous condition. A spell. A low mood. She needs rest. She needs to stop reading so much. She needs to get out more. She needs to stay home more. She needs a hobby. She needs another baby. She needs to be thankful. The advice contradicted itself beautifully, which is often how you know a culture is avoiding the real question. Nerves became one of those broad household words that could hold almost anything. Anxiety, sadness, overwhelm, grief, panic, exhaustion, anger swallowed too many times, boredom sharpened into pain, the body's refusal to keep pretending the mind was fine. A woman might have nerves. A man might have stress, though he was less likely to call it that in the kitchen. A child might be sensitive, difficult, moody, high-strung, spoiled, shy, or acting out. Everyone had categories, not always understanding. The medicine cabinet quietly recorded the decade's discomfort. Tonic sleeping pills, tranquilizers as the decade moved forward. Headache powders, aspirin, digestive remedies. Little bottles and tablets that suggested modern science might be able to smooth the rough edges of ordinary life. Doctors sometimes prescribed rest or medication, or reassurance depending on the person, the symptoms, the doctor, and the limits of the era's understanding. The body often spoke what the household would not: headaches, stomach trouble, sleeplessness, fatigue. A heart beating too fast in the afternoon for no clear reason. a tightness in the chest that did not become conversation because the roast was in the oven and the children needed baths. The body became the messenger. The culture kept telling the messenger to lower its voice. Men had their own silences. The suburban father was supposed to be steady, and steadiness can become a very lonely costume. He left for work in the morning and came home at night carrying the invisible weight of offices, factories, bosses, quotas, customers, mortgages, competition, and the fear of failure dressed as responsibility. He could say work was tough. He could say traffic was bad. He could say the boss was a fool, though carefully and usually not where the children could repeat it with enthusiasm. But he could not easily say, I am afraid I'm not enough. He could not easily say, I do not know how to be close to my family after spending my best hours somewhere else. He could not easily say, I came home from a war, or from wartime strain, or from years of pressure, and no one ever asked what I carried back with me. Some men had seen things, some had done things, some had lost friends, some had buried fear so deeply that it came back only as temper-drinking silence nightmares, or a sudden harshness over small matters. A child spilling milk could receive the anger meant for an entire life. A wife asking a simple question could meet the wall built against everything else. This does not excuse cruelty, but it helps explain some of the weather inside those houses. The 1950s did not invent emotional repression, but it furnished it beautifully. A good chair, a pipe, a newspaper, a television set, a garage, a commute, a lawnmower. A man could disappear into all of them without technically leaving the family. He was there. He was not reachable. That is a particular kind of absence, and the children felt it. Children in 1950s suburbs were often surrounded by people and still left alone with questions. They sensed when mother had been crying. They knew when father's footsteps meant trouble. They heard arguments through walls, then watched everyone behave normally at breakfast as if the house itself had agreed to lie. Children learned the family theatre early. Smile at church, behave at school, say thank you, do not repeat that, do not ask about that, do not tell anyone. They also learned that certain emotions made adults uncomfortable. Crying too much was a problem. Anger was disrespect. Fear was childish. Sadness needed a reason. If a child had no obvious reason to be sad, the sadness was treated as inconvenience drama or a character flaw. But children are not small adults with smaller schedules. They are weather systems in shoes. They need names for storms. Many did not get them, so they acted, or withdrew, or became perfect, or became funny, or became helpful, or became invisible. Every family had its little emotional economy. One child got attention by misbehaving, another got safety by succeeding, another learned to make mother laugh, another learned not to need anything. The suburb rewarded certain children, polite children, clean children, high-achieving children, children who did not embarrass the family in public. But inside, a child could be carrying confusion that no report card could measure. This is not to say that every suburban home was secretly miserable. That would be too easy and false. Many homes were loving. Many parents did their best with the language they had. Many mothers comforted children tenderly. Many fathers showed affection in small, practical, beautiful ways. Many families laughed together, prayed together, ate together, listened to the radio, watched television, played cards, took trips, celebrated birthdays and built memories that remained warm for a lifetime. The tenderness was real, but so was the silence around the pain. A mother could tuck a child into bed with great gentleness and still have no one to tuck away her own fear. A father could repair a bicycle carefully and still not know how to say I love you without a wrench in his hand. A child could feel safe in the neighbourhood and unsafe asking certain questions. That is the complication. The suburbs were full of people who loved each other through systems that did not always teach them how. Afternoons were especially dangerous for loneliness. Mornings had momentum, breakfast schoolwork, errands cleaning. Late afternoons had purpose again. Children returning dinner, beginning father coming home, the house preparing itself for evening. But 3 o'clock could be strange. The house was too quiet. The radio murmured. Sunlight sat on the linoleum. A cup of coffee cooled beside a magazine. The day's work was not done, but the worst rush had passed, and for a few minutes a woman might become aware of herself as a person rather than a role. That could be unsettling. A role has tasks. A person has questions. Is this enough? Am I happy? Why do I feel guilty for wondering, does anyone know me outside what I do for them? The questions did not always come in words. Sometimes they came as restlessness, a sudden urge to rearrange a cabinet, a phone call to a neighbour, another cup of coffee, a cigarette by the kitchen window, a magazine article about improving one's marriage or making a more attractive gelatin salad, neither of which quite addressed the situation. Women's magazines sometimes tried to help and sometimes made things worse with astonishing efficiency. They offered advice on beauty, marriage, housekeeping, child rearing, entertaining, budgeting, and emotional adjustment. Some advice was practical, some was kind, some was a velvet rope tying women more tightly to the role that was exhausting them. If you felt unfulfilled, perhaps you needed to organize better. If your marriage felt distant, perhaps you needed to be more cheerful when he came home. If you felt lonely, perhaps you should join a committee, bake something, call a friend, improve the bedroom curtains, and never under any circumstances suggest that the structure of your life might be part of the problem. The problem was usually located inside the woman, not inside the arrangement. That was convenient, for everyone except the woman. Men had different magazines, different advice, different escapes. Work clubs, bowling leagues, veterans groups, barbershops, garages, sports, the car, the yard. Male loneliness often wore activity. A man might spend an evening in the garage and call it working on something. Sometimes he was. Sometimes the thing he was working on was not the radio or the shelf, but the need to be alone without saying he needed to be alone. The suburb allowed certain escapes, but not certain confessions. You could say, I need some air. You could not easily say, I'm drowning in a life everyone admires. You could say, the kids are driving me crazy. You could not easily say, I resent how little of myself remains after caring for them. You could say, work is work. You could not easily say, I fear I have become a paycheck in a suit. You could say, she's going through a phase. You could not easily say, my child is sad and I do not know how to reach her. So feelings moved sideways, into headaches, into drinking, into shopping, into prayer, into cleaning, into jokes, into silence, into the careful folding of towels, into the too hard slam of a cabinet door, into a father staying in the car for 1 extra minute after pulling into the driveway, into a mother staring out the window after the children had left for school, into a teenager turning the radio up just loud enough to make a private world. The hidden emotional life of the 1950s suburb was not separate from its beauty. It lived inside it, inside the warm kitchen, inside the good school, inside the church supper, inside the family car, inside the picture window, inside the backyard barbecue where everyone laughed and someone still went home feeling alone. That is why these stories should be told softly, not to accuse ordinary people of failing, but to notice what they carried. They carried the depression in family habits. They carried the war in silence. They carried debt in drawers. They carried gender roles in daily schedules. They carried racial and class boundaries in the map of the neighborhood. They carried Cold War fear in basements. They carried childhood confusion in school bags. They carried loneliness in rooms designed to look cheerful. And still they made breakfast. Still they cut grass. Still they drove to work. Still they packed lunches. Still they sang hymns. Still they brought casseroles. Still they tucked children into bed. Human beings are remarkable that way. They can carry too much and still remember to buy milk. By night the suburbs softened again. The houses glowed. The lawns darkened. The televisions murmured. The children slept, or pretended to. Mothers finished the final small tasks. Fathers checked locks, turned off lights, adjusted thermostats, stood for a moment in hallways listening to the house. Everyone looked fine, from the street certainly, but inside, behind curtains and doors and the soft hum of appliances, feelings remained awake. Some were sweet, some were tired, some were frightened, some had no name yet. The language would come later for some of them, not all at once, not perfectly. But later decades would begin saying words the 1950s had often softened, disguised, or avoided. Depression, anxiety, isolation, trauma, gender roles, emotional labor, marital strain, childhood stress. Words that did not solve everything, but at least turned on a light. In 1953 the light was dimmer, so people moved carefully through their own hearts. And tomorrow, when the curtains opened and the coffee started and the fathers left, and the children ran towards school, the suburb would once again look like a place where everyone knew how to live. Only the quiet rooms knew better, and somewhere in a garage, a kitchen, a bedroom, or a car sitting briefly in the driveway after dusk, someone would feel something they did not yet have permission to say. So why does 1950s suburbia still haunt American memory? That is the question waiting at the end of the street. After the lawns, the picture windows, the bright kitchens, the commutes, the school buses, the backyard barbecues, the shopping centres, the church basements, the PTA meetings, the bills in the drawer, the Cold War drills, the teenagers in driveways, and all the quiet feelings nobody quite knew how to name. Why does this place still glow? Why do people keep returning to it? Not literally, of course. The old suburbs have changed. The baby trees grew tall. The original owner's age moved past on, or stayed long enough to watch the young families become older families, and then memories behind curtains. The cars changed. The kitchens were remodeled. The picture windows were replaced. The Formica counters disappeared. The 5 and dime closed. The shopping centre got renovated, declined, revived, or became something with a nail salon, a chain pharmacy, and a parking lot that no longer remembers the optimism it was poured with. And yet the image remains. A quiet street, a small house, a father coming home at dusk, a mother in the kitchen, children on bicycles, a lawn sprinkler ticking in the golden light, a screen door slamming, dinner almost ready, the television warming up in the living room. It is a powerful image because it touches something older than the 1950s. The longing for home, not just shelter, not just property. Home, a place where the world is supposed to stop at the door, a place where children are supposed to be safe, a place where the refrigerator hums, the porch light works, the beds are clean, and someone knows your name when you come in from the dark. The 1950s suburb promised that, and for some people in some ways it delivered. That is why the nostalgia is not entirely false. There really were warm kitchens. There really were fathers washing cars in driveways. There really were mothers calling children in from summer streets. There really were school buses, Halloween nights, Christmas windows, backyard games, Sunday dinners, neighbourly favours, borrowed sugar, and the smell of cut grass after rain. There really were children who felt safe. There really were families who looked back and said it was a good place to grow up. We should let that be true, but we should not let it be the only truth. Because the same suburb that offered safety also demanded performance. The same lawn that smelled like summer also acted like a report card. The same picture window that let in light also trained families to be seen correctly. The same kitchen that held warmth also held a woman's invisible exhaustion. The same commute that paid for the house also removed the father from much of the life inside it. The same neighbours who brought casseroles also measured difference. The same church basement that offered community also tested respectability. The same dream that opened doors for some families kept other families outside with paperwork, custom money and silence. That is why it haunts us. Because it was beautiful. And because it was incomplete. Those two facts keep circling each other like children on bicycles around a quiet block. The 1950s suburb became one of America's favourite memories because it looked so settled. And people love images of settlement, especially in unsettled times. A little house with a lawn seems to say here is order. Here is safety. Here is a place where the children know the rules, the parents know their roles, and dinner will be served before the world has time to fall apart. But the world was already complicated. It was complicated inside the house. It was complicated outside the development. It was complicated in the bank office, the school district, the workplace, the marriage, the medicine cabinet, the basement shelf of emergency supplies, and the child's quiet understanding that adults were not always as certain as they sounded. The suburb looked simple because simplicity was part of the costume, and what a costume it was. Fresh curtains, polished floors, a clean car, a pressed shirt, a good dress for church, children scrubbed for photographs, furniture too nice to sit on, a lawn cut at the correct height, a casserole in the oven, a smile at the door, a careful answer when someone asked how things were going. Fine, always fine. That single word may be the key to the whole decade. Fine meant grateful. Fine meant respectable. Fine meant don't ask too much. Fine meant the mortgage is paid this month, the children are clean, the lawn is cut, the roast is in the oven, and whatever I feel about my life can wait until after the dishes. Fine was the wallpaper over the crack. And still behind that wallpaper people lived. Not symbols, people. A mother standing in the kitchen after everyone has gone to bed, rinsing one last glass, wondering why the day has left her so tired when nothing dramatic happened. A father sitting in the car for a moment after work, engine off hands, still on the wheel, gathering enough of himself to enter the house as the man everyone expects. A child lying awake after a duck-and-cover drill, staring at the ceiling, trying to imagine whether a school desk could really hold back the end of the world. A teenager listening to rock and roll on a low radio, feeling the first strange pull of a life beyond the block. A black family, a working-class family, an immigrant family, or any family outside the approved picture seeing the suburban dream held up as national proof, while knowing the welcome mat had not been placed for them. These are all part of the memory. Not just the station wagon, not just the Jell-O salad, not just the lawn chairs and the picture window and the refrigerator with the rounded corners, the people, the pressure, the tenderness, the exclusion, the effort, the silence. That is where the real history lives. It lives in the ordinary details, the grocery list on the counter, the gas station receipt in father's pocket, the trading stamps in a kitchen drawer, the report card brought home with dread, the church gloves folded carefully, the neighbour's voice over the fence, the cigarette burning too long in an ashtray, the coffee cup beside a magazine open to an article about being a better wife, the basement shelf with canned goods no one wanted to need, The screen door slamming as children ran outside into one more summer evening. History is often taught as if it belongs to presidents, wars, laws, speeches, maps, and dates. But this was history too. A woman folding sheets, a man driving to work, a child learning not to say certain things, a neighbour noticing, a family paying bills, a teenager turning up the music, a house trying to look happy from the street. These ordinary things shaped lives as surely as any headline. The suburb haunts American memory because it sits at the intersection of comfort and control. It gave many people real stability after years of fear. It also narrowed the definition of a good life so tightly that some people had to squeeze themselves small to fit inside it. The father had to provide, the mother had to smile, the children had to behave, the house had to shine, the neighbours had to approve, the family had to be fine, and if someone was not fine, the suburb offered many places to hide it. Behind the newspaper, behind the curtains, behind the casserole, behind the garage door, behind the medicine cabinet, behind the phrase, "I'm just tired." That does not make the dream worthless, it makes it human. Human dreams are almost always mixed. They feed us and trap us. They shelter us and shape us. They give us something to work toward and something to recover from. The 1950s suburb was one of those dreams, a place of swing sets and silence, barbecues and boundaries, warm kitchens and locked doors, safety for some distance for others, real love, real fear, real pride, real loneliness. Maybe that is why people still look back at it. Not because they want every rule back. Most would not. Not the exclusion. Not the rigid roles. Not the constant judgment. Not the loneliness hidden under cheerful wallpaper. Not the fear that difference might undo respectability. Not the pressure to turn every family into the same photograph. But people do miss certain things. The feeling that neighbours knew one another, the sound of children outside until dinner, the ordinary ritual of sitting together in the evening, the repairable object, the local store, the church supper, the father washing the car, the mother's kitchen light, the porch at dusk, the sense, whether fully true or not, that life had a centre. Modern life has given us many freedoms those families did not have. More language for pain, more choices for women, more visible family forms, more awareness of exclusion, more mobility, more privacy, more variety, more ways to live without following the old script. And still some people feel strangely homesick for a place they never lived. That is the power of the image. A quiet street in 1953, a house with the lamp on, a child's bicycle left on the lawn, someone calling from the kitchen, a father's car turning into the driveway, the sky going pink behind the roofs. It looks like peace, and perhaps for a moment it was. But if we listen carefully as we have tonight, we can hear the deeper sounds beneath that peace. The refrigerator hum, the clock tick, the mower, the school bell, the siren, the radio, the whisper at the fence, the drawer closing on the bills, the mother's sigh, the father's silence, the teenage record spinning softly behind a closed bedroom door, all of it together. That is the sound of suburbia. Not perfect, never perfect, but deeply stubbornly human. And maybe the kindest way to remember the 1950s suburb is not to polish it until it shines, and not to condemn it until nothing tender remains, but to hold it carefully in both hands. To remember the comfort and the cost, the open lawns and the closed doors, the warmth of the kitchen and the work required to keep it warm. The dream as it was lived not only as it was advertised. The porch light is still on in our memory. The street is quiet now. The fathers have come home. The mothers have finished the dishes. The children are asleep or pretending to be. The lawns are silver under the moon. The picture windows have gone dark one by one. Somewhere a television set hums in an empty living room. Somewhere the last coffee cup waits in the sink. Somewhere a woman pauses before turning out the kitchen light, and a man checks the front door, and a child dreams of riding a bicycle beyond the edge of the neighborhood. And we leave them there for tonight, not frozen in a perfect past, not trapped in a perfect lie, just living, trying, keeping up, keeping quiet, keeping the porch light on. If tonight's walk through old suburbia brought you a little closer to the hidden rules and quiet pressures of 1950s, America, remember to subscribe to the Nostalgian and come back tomorrow night for another soft story from the forgotten corners of old America. For now, let the street grow still. Let the curtains close. Let the cars cool in the driveways. Let the old houses rest under the sleeping sky. Good night.